now honor Florida's living past department presidents, our Angel Bells. We'd like to start out with Fran Carlton, 1985, 1986, forever true to the red, white, and blue. She's unable to be here today. As Patricia Donahue, 1996, 1997. Ruth Proctor, 1999, 2000. Kathy Rich, 2000, 2001. Maureen Costello, 2004, 2005. Edie Carrington, 2005, 2006. Next, we have Miss Linda Teasley, 2007, 2008. Bringing back her membership. Next, we have Kathy Coughlin, 2008, 2009. Celebrating service to the red, white, and blue. Perkins, 2009, 2010, Lightning Wires, go above and beyond. Next is Irma Worley, 2010, 2011, serving our veterans 90 more years. Ribbit, Ribbit, Diane Rousseau, 2011, 2012, leap to success. Peggy Harrelson is our department president, 2012, 2013. Next is Pearl McIntyre, 2015, 2016. From the service of one comes the support of many. Copeland was unable to be here this weekend. She served 2016, 2017. Yours truly, Drew McKay, TK Wildred, 2017, 2018. Ryder Jr. Michelle DeGeneiro, President 2018, 2019. We're all in for our veterans. And King Smith, 2019, 2021, our Florida ALA strong. Wanda Brandt served 2021, 2022, Garrett Smith. Your bell ringers, the district presidents for 2023 and 2024. First district are Biker Bells, Pam Panache. Second district is School Bells, Muriel Kiyama. Third district, don't be late for the dinner bells, Rona Barber. 4th District are our church bells, Janet Woods. Fifth District is our ship's bells, Julie Kay. 6th District, I do, wedding bells, Penny Canberra. 7th District are crystal bells, Audra Anderson. 8th District are desk bells, Julia Griffith. 9th District are doorbells, Denise Brennis. 11th District are bicycle bells, Sandy Spocker. 12th District are patriotic bells, Char and Liz. 13th District are brass bells, Jan Barrington. 14th District are handbells, Nancy Pasquale. Sorry. 15th District cowbells, Tammy O'Donnell. 17th District is the garden bells, Eleanor Amato. I'd like to present our department officers next, our stationary bells. My bad. 16th District Jingle Bells, I apologize. Christine Massey. That's what I get for wearing my hair down. And you can't see. That's right. Okay, so let's continue on with our stationary bells, department officers. First is our treasurer, Brandy Seberg. Next is our secretary, Mary Kelly Perkins. Our historian is Dara Oliver. Our chaplain is Ruth Burgess. Our third vice president is Linda Knobloch Harkness. Our second vice president, Robin Burke. Our first vice president, Charlotte Bass. Our National Executive Committee woman, person, Jane Hardacre. Well, you all must be very, very anxious to have our next officer. Please give a round, warm applause for our 2023-2024 Ma Bell Department President D. Bell.
We do.
Good morning. Okay. Madam President, I now present you with your gavel. May you have a successful and bell-ringing convention.
With the Sergeant-at-Arms, Assistant Sergeant-at-Arms, Chairman of Pages, and Assistant Chairman of Pages, please escort TK to her seat.
No.
Sergeant-at-Arms, Assistant Sergeant-at-Arms, would you please bring forth the colors of our country? Stand salute. Two. With the Sergeant-at-Arms, Assistant Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort TK to her seat. It is my honor to call to order this 102nd Annual Convention of the American Legion Auxiliary, Department of Florida. Thank you. Thank you, TK, for serving as our convention chairman, and thank you all for attending. Please rise and remain standing for the invocation, the Pledge of Allegiance, and our preamble. Our invocation will be given by our department chaplain, Ruth Burgess.
Good morning, dear God. On the 14th day of June, in the year 1780, the flag of our nation was born. Grant, O God, that the display of our national emblem move us to live, that we may never disgrace it, but always reflect upon it. May our flag forever remain the symbol of a nation dedicated to freedom, justice, and the well-being of all mankind. Thank you for this glorious day and the opportunity for all these beautiful members of the American Legion Auxiliary Department of Florida to gather and conduct the business required to help us serve our veterans, our communities, our children and youth, and most importantly, dear God, you. We truly believe this organization was founded on the foundation of God and country, and we truly love you both. Let us be good and wise stewards of your love and use it wisely. Make our meeting productive. Thank you, dear God. Amen.
Amen. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Tammy Zell, our Department Americanism Chairman.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Tammy. Our preamble will be led by Michelle DeGennaro, our Department Parliamentarian.
For God and country,
We associate ourselves together for the following purposes: to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, to maintain law and order, to foster and perpetuate 100% Americanism, to preserve the memories of incidents of our association during all wars, to inculcate a sense of individual obligation to community, state, and nation, to combat the hypocrisy of the classes and the masses, to make right the master of might, to promote peace and goodwill on earth, to safeguard and transmit to posterity the principles of justice, freedom, and democracy, to participate in and contribute to the accomplishments of the aims and purposes of the American Legion, to consecrate and sanctify our association
for our devotion to mutual helpfulness.
Thank you, Michelle. Sergeant at Arms, Assistant Sergeant at Arms, would you please bring forth our distinguished guests? And Chairman of Pages and Assistant Chairman of Pages.
Anything right away? No. You want to give me more from it? Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. Congratulations on a great membership year. That's awesome. I know we got some numbers coming up, so I'm not going to steal any thunder, but my name is Bruce Comer, Department Adjutant for the American Legion, Department of Florida, and I'm just here to do a basic introduction. We have past National Commander Clarence Hill, and he is also our 2025 National Convention President, and he's going to say a few words about the upcoming National Convention in Tampa in 2025. Clarence Hill. Morning. Bruce must be short. There is a timeline out that deadlines are starting to hit us. As you know, the convention's just over a year away. Most of the deadlines are information that we have to provide to national, and they don't affect very many people except for the ones that have to get the information things. There are a couple of critical positions that we need to fill that are primarily like drivers for the national commander and adjutant and a liaison person that knows the Tampa area of police and all the dignitaries in case that we have to get anything approved by them. So I'm not going to go through all of that stuff. I've been asked a number, 3 times now, about putting displays on at this convention by different groups here in Florida. If you have any kind of a display that you think you might want to put on at the National Convention, there is a form on the national website. You have to go through Bridget Robinson, who runs conventions for the national organization. It's just brobinson@legion.org is her email. But she has to run you through how to get approval if you think you have a display that you want to provide to the convention. There's also a form on our Florida Legion website for volunteers. It's going to take a lot of volunteers to make this happen. I've had a note in your flyers about the different committees that we'll have to fill, badges and packets and distinguished guests and those kind of things. So if you're interested in volunteering, there is a form. There'll be a link on your auxiliary website that'll take you to that form, and you can volunteer. And of course, this past year we tried to get the Florida legislature, the Florida budget has money for things like transportation when you're dealing with a whole lot of people that you're bringing into the state. We tried to get tap into that money last year, and we're unsuccessful. So it takes a whole lot of people writing to the representatives at the House and the Senate on the Florida side here. We're going to try again this coming year to get that line item out of the budget and into our hands. It can be as much as $200,000. So it'll go a long way. It's going to be pretty expensive to put on this national convention here. And I think that's we're putting out to the Legion side. If your post is interested in hosting any of the other departments that are coming to this thing, there is a form on the national website that you can volunteer to host things. Dan Wiley, who will be the national commander for that convention, has already tapped Post 111 to do his ceremonies there. So if you're when you're supposed to do something, kick your legionnaires and get them to volunteer. So that's all I have. Thank you. Our alternate National Executive Committee member, Gary Brand, will be up.
How's y'all two doing? I want to say thank you, because you made 100% first. You dragged us up. You really did. Just think how many husbands and sons came in under you to get into the system. You guys did it. I thank you for what you did. And keep up the work. We still got many more years to go. Yeah. Thank you.
I got this. I know I took a lot of your time last year, and I know that was 361 days ago that I was in this room, and it seemed like yesterday. Didn't it? Yeah. You guys that were here? Well, I asked you one thing. I talked about a lot of other things, but I asked you one thing, and that is, show us the way. How do you do it every year? And you did. You did it for us this year. And I want to thank you for accomplishing something we haven't accomplished in 11 years, and that is a 100% family. I'd like to introduce our National Executive Committee, Jim Ramos, who's standing right behind me. Stand up. Oh, you.
Hey.
Thank you, mothers and sisters. I hope you're having a great day and a great meeting and a great convention for you guys. Because I know without you, I wouldn't be here. One thing I do like to say is we do everything the right way. We have done it for a long time. We need to continue to do it. And I know the auxiliary is growing. Every year you're growing. So I want you to continue growing. Because that way we are going to grow more. And we need to keep that pace going. We started this year, we need to keep going. We don't need to look back. We need to keep going and make those numbers jump every year. Now, we have a visitor. And he's from, believe it or not too far away from where we're going this year. He's from New Orleans, okay? So, he's our National Vice Commander, Charlie Arthur, and he's been a past department commander, he's been the NEC, he has done, well, you know how it gets to get to a red cap, you have to do a lot of things, and he has done them all. With no event, Charlie, it's all yours.
Good morning. Good morning. What a great day it is to be in the Department of Florida. What a great day it is to be in the Southeast region. Florida is climbed the ladder. They're up to number 2. The Legion is in membership, way over 102%. Thank you very much for the job that you've done. The ladies auxiliary, and I was told not to say that here. Some habits are hard to break, but I'm trying to learn. The auxiliary, I understand, has been number 1 for a long time. Your sons are 100%, the riders are 100%, 100% family. That is hard to achieve. So my congratulations to each and every one of you for what you did. I want to say thank you for your service. Some of you were in the military, some of you were not, but you all have helped to service the American Legion and its program. And so for that, I want to thank you. And before I sit down, I just want to say one thing. This is my second trip to the Department of Florida. I had the opportunity back in February to make a membership revitalization tour in District 13. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the District 13 Auxiliary for their kind hospitality. do. I will speak tomorrow, and I hope to see each and every one of you while I'm visiting here this weekend. The hospitality to myself and my wife has been great since we've been here, and I'm looking forward to the next couple of days. And thank you very much. God bless each and every one of you, and God bless America.
Hold on, gentlemen, we're not done yet. Gentlemen, we're not done yet.
Who's taking this 10 years?
Gambler, would you please join me at the podium? How about this? Awesome Legionnaires wear purple. Gambler, it has been my honor and privilege to serve this year with you. We met a couple of places during the year, and the hospitality that has been shown to me throughout Florida, the districts that I traveled, by your Legionnaires, our post homes, has been phenomenal.
They are the best.
They are the best, and I thank the posts and the Legion for that support. I have a small gift for you.
Looks like a big gift. Must be bacon.
It's scary
bag of bacon.
sometimes.
It's bacon.
Is it bacon?
No, it's not bacon.
You really wanted bacon. Yeah. Chocolate bacon.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God, this is. Hold it up. Wow.
A true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and the compassion to listen to the needs of others. One does not set out to be a leader, but becomes one by the quality of their actions and the integrity of their intent. In the end, leaders are like eagles. They don't flock. You find them one at a time. Michael Gambler Raymond, Department of Florida, 2003-2004 Commander, Integrity, Loyalty, and Purpose.
But, and you know, I don't want to leave anybody out, but my inspirations here, every one of you, of course, are my inspiration, but there's some special people I'd like to thank. And that one, Jan Farrington over there, this lady right here. That lady right here. Yeah, that's right. You're good. And these are the guys I grew up with over the last 9 years, which molded me into what I am today. And I thank you for the best year of my life, and I'm scared to death what's going to happen on Monday morning. Because I won't have anything to do, except for the to-do list. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it.
Sergeant at Arms, Assistant Sergeant at Arms, Chairman of Pages, Co-Chairman of Pages, would you please escort our department commander and his guests from the podium? Okay, now let's get back to the script. Good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you for attending our 102nd convention. This convention allows us to reunite with friends and celebrate the accomplishments of all of you, our members. We also elect our department officers for 2024-2025 as we continue to ring our bells. Our welcome this morning will be given by our National President, Lisa Williamson.
Hello, American Legion Auxiliary members. Welcome to your 2024 American Legion Auxiliary Department Convention. We've had a great administrative year so far, and I'm so looking forward to seeing what the rest of 2024 has in store for us. This year, we put an extra emphasis on suicide prevention with the American Legion Families Be the One mission. Please keep spreading the word to help our service members and veterans by destigmatizing getting help. Continue to be there to ask, to listen, and to reach out by calling the Veterans Crisis Line at 988. Together, we can each be the one to save one. In addition to conducting official business at your department convention, I hope you are all as excited as I am as we celebrate the upswing in American Legion Auxiliary membership growth we experienced this year. This is great news for our organization, so keep recruiting and retaining members to help move the mission forward to serve our veterans, military, and their families. Thank you for everything you do for the American Legion Auxiliary, and have a great convention.
Let's continue to ring our bells and be the one. The chair asks consent for the following appointments. The following members will serve on various committees for this convention. Serving on the Elections Committee are Tracy Wentz, Chairman, and Tellers, Pam Panache, Joanne Scouse-Bowery. Serving on the Courtesy Resolutions Committee are Julie Kay and Christine Massey. Serving on the Chairman of the Convention Rules Committee is Sandy Swafford, and serving as our Credentials Committee Chairman is our Department Secretary, Mary Kelly Perkins. Do I have your consent for these committee appointments? Consent. Thank you. With that being said, I will call upon our Convention Rules Chairman, Sandy Swafford, to present the Convention rules.
The convention rules are, the rules for convention are in the convention book on page 68. You all have that in your thing that you received. And 69. Would you like me to read these rules for you? No. The chair will entertain a motion to accept these rules. Motion from floor for second. Okay.
Yes, Wanda. A motion has been made to accept the rules as written. Second. Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? No discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion passes. The rules are accepted. Sandy, thank you very much. Our Department Secretary, Mary Kelly Perkins, will call the roll of officers, chairmen, and past department presidents.
Good morning. Good morning. So here we go. Dee Bell.
Here.
Charlotte Bass.
Here.
Robin Burke.
Here.
Linda Knobloch Harkness. Here. Ruth Burgess.
Present.
Dara Oliver.
Present.
Sherry Shute.
Here.
Andrea Sherman. Here. Randy Seaver.
Here.
I'm here also. Michelle DeGennaro.
Here.
Jane Baker.
Present.
Pam Benash. Here. Muriel Kubama. Muriel. She here? She said yes. Okay. She's here. Rona Barber. Here. Janet Woods. Here. Julie Kay. Here. Penny Kimbara. I do. And I did. And I did. Audra Anderson. Here. Julia Griffith. Here. Denise Glennis. Sandy Swafford.
I will.
I don't have to come back to that one yet.
I was waiting.
This is true. Shard Kinlan. Here. Jan Farrington. Here. Nancy Cascarelli. Nancy Cascarelli. Tammy O'Donnell. Here. Christine Massey. Ellen Armato. Here. Tammy Zell.
Pop Americanism.
Tracy Wentz. Here. Bridget Green. Terry Gallagher. Present. Paula Fox. Tara Harris. Here. Eileen Wilson.
Here it goes, one.
Shirley Pisano. Lisa Hoyland. Here. Dawn Davis. Georgia McKenzie. Here. Verna Luke.
Present.
My policeman over there. Nana Montakas. Dawn Burgess. Candace is not here, so. Fran Carlton.
Present.
Shirley Fraser. Patricia Donahue. Ruth Proctor. Kat Rich. Maureen Costello. Edie Harrington. Linda Paisley, you're here. Thank you, ma'am. Kathy Coughlin. Irma Worley. Here. Diane Rousseau. Peggy Harrelson. Pearl McIntyre. Kelly Coppola. G.K. Wildrick. Michelle DeGennaro.
Still here.
Don't you hear me? Ann King Smith. Here. Wanda Branch. And last but not least, Jane Hardacre.
Yeah.
That concludes the roll call, Madam President.
Thank you, Mary. All proceedings of this convention are being recorded, so I ask that there be no talking unless you have been given the floor. Also, please make sure all cell phones are off or on vibrate so that we will have an accurate recording. Remember, if your phone does ring or play a song or whatever you have it set to do and we hear it, you will be encouraged to donate $5 to my special project, Disaster Relief Fund. Alrighty. I thank you for that donation.
Then you can get it out of your mouth.
This year, we have several people serving on national appointments. I will start with Jane Hardacre, National Executive Committee Woman for Florida. National Executive Committee Woman Jane will now present the remaining national officers, national chairmen, and national committee members.
Thank you, Madam President. Short people. Love you, Mary. I know, and you have heels on, she says. Good morning. Good morning. We have Girls Nation Committee Member Treva K. Wildred. We have the National Legislative Committee Vice Chairman, Dar Oliver. She may get mad at me, but she taught me it's important when it's a national person. So before I do the last one, which is the most important, I also want to say Jane Hardacre, Southern Division membership. All the Zoom calls all year long, all I heard is what's going on in Florida. We are second in division standings, so thank you. And last but not least, National Constitution and Bylaws Chairman, Michelle DeGeneiro. Oh, I stole your thunder. Oh, I stole D. Bell's thunder. Do it again. Do it again.
It was in the script, but you know what?
Do it again. Do it again.
You got it. Thank you, Jane, and thank you, ladies, for your dedication and commitment and service in representing Florida in these national positions this year. At this time, I would like to have all members please stand. I want to officially thank you for all you have done this past year to fulfill our mission of service, not self. Thank you for your hospitality and overwhelming generosity, love, and support towards me. And I thank you all for ringing your bells. I am also proud to announce that we have 2 new charters and 1 recharter issued this year. In the 1st District, Milton, Unit 78. If there's anyone here from that unit, would you please stand? Thank you, ladies, and welcome. In the 4th District, Unit 354, Ocala. part of Interlochen, Unit 293 in the 17th District. Thank you, ladies, and welcome back. These units have already received their charters. Let's give them another round of applause and bring our bells and celebrate them.
And I am here to read the endorsement for my friend Charlotte Bass. At a regular scheduled meeting, we of Charles Swanson of St. Cloud Unit 80 has endorsed Charlotte Bass for the department president because of her dedication, and we all know that she will do her best to fill these duties as the department president. And also, at our regular convened meeting, we also endorsed her. Oh, no.
Madam Secretary, have you received other letters of endorsement for the office of Department President?
No, Madam President, we have not.
Are there any other nominations for the floor for the office of Department President? Are there any other nominations from the floor for Department President? There being no further nominations, the chair declares nominations closed for the office of Department President. Nominations are now open for the office of First Vice President. Madam Secretary, have you received letters of endorsement for the office of Department First Vice President?
Madam President, Fort Pierce Unit 40 has an endorsed candidate for the office of Department First Vice President.
The chair recognizes Shar Kinlan for the purpose of a nomination.
I'm Shar Kinlan. I'm District 12 President. I'm going to read the letter of Unit 40. Attention, Mary Kelly, Department Secretary. On Monday, October 9th, 2023, at a regularly scheduled meeting of Stephen N. Gladwin, Unit 40, Fort Pierce, Florida, the unit unanimously endorsed Robin Burke for the high office of First Vice President, Department of Florida, for the 2024-2025 term. Robin has shown great leadership, passion, and dedication throughout the unit, district, and department, and would provide great energy, enthusiasm, and leadership in this position. The members of Unit 40 are proud to endorse Robin as First Vice President and are fully confident that she will continue to serve the needs of the Department of Florida for the 24-25 year. Respectfully, Joni Taylor, President, Unit 40.
Thank you, Shar. Are there any, Madam Secretary, have you received other letters of endorsement for the office of Department First Vice President?
No, Madam President, we have not.
Are there any nominations from the floor for the office of Department First Vice President? Are there any other nominations from the floor for the office of Department First Vice President? There being no further nominations, the chair declares nominations closed for the office of Department First Vice President. Nominations are now open for the office of Department Second Vice President. Madam Secretary, have you received letters of endorsement for the office of Department Second Vice President?
Madam President, Pensacola Unit 340
has an endorsed candidate for the office of Department Second Vice President.
The chair recognizes Yvonne Reynolds for the purpose of a nomination.
Good afternoon. It is with pleasure that American Legion Auxiliary Escambia Unit 340 endorses Linda Knobloch Harkness for the position of Second Vice President, Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Chairman. Linda has been a devoted member of Escambia Unit 340 since 2011, eligible through her husband Michael, a Navy veteran. Within Unit 340, Linda has held numerous roles: President, First Vice, Secretary, Treasurer, Chaplain, and membership. Linda has served as First District President for 2 years. She understands the importance of compliance with our governing documents and excels in conflict resolution. Linda's service extends to the department level, where she has chaired several committees: Education, POPI, Constitution and Bylaws, Auxiliary Emergency Fund, National Security, Unit Development, and Revitalization. Linda's passion has allowed her to become a certified ABC instructor, continually seeking fresh and engaging ways to educate members about auxiliary basic concepts. As Department Third Vice, Linda actively participated on the Finance Committee, enhancing her understanding of financial stewardship and equipped her with the knowledge and skills necessary to contribute to the auxiliary's fiscal health and strategic goals. Linda takes pride in our collective accomplishments and remains dedicated to building our successes. For these reasons and more, Escambia Unit 340 proudly endorses Linda for the role of Second Vice President, Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Chairman. Let us rally behind her vision and continue shaping a brighter future for the American Legion Auxiliary. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, have you received other letters of endorsement for the office of Department Second Vice President?
No, Madam President, we have not.
Are there any nominations from the floor for the office of Department Second Vice President? Are there any other nominations from the floor for Department Second Vice President? There being no further nominations, the chair declares nominations closed for the office of Department Second Vice President. Nominations are now open for the office of Department Third Vice President. Madam Secretary, have you received letters of endorsement for the office of Department Third Vice President?
Madam President, Avon Park Unit 69 has an endorsed candidate for the office of Department Third Vice President.
The chair recognizes Donna Roberts for the purpose of a nomination.
On September 11, 2023, at a regularly scheduled meeting of Highlands Unit 69, we proudly endorsed Terry Gallagher for candidate of Department Third Vice for 2024-25. Terry is eligible through her father, a deceased Korean War veteran. She has joined her father and mother after she was joined, by her father and mother the day after she was born. She has been a member of the Department of Maryland, Unit 29 for 40 years before transferring to Highlands Unit 69 for the past 14. Terry's commitment to the auxiliary has been evident by her willingness to serve. On the unit level, she is currently serving as our unit treasurer for the past 15 years. She has been on many committee chairs: Children and Youth, Juniors, Legislation, and POPI. She has also been a membership chairman for the past 8 years. She has been mentored to many of our members, both in unit and in district. As district, she has been chairman Children and Youth for 7 years and is now our juniors chairman for the last 3 years. On department level, she has been the membership chairman for the unforgettable 2-year term. She has been legislation chairman, community service chairman, and now serves as education chairman. She has been a committee member of many different chairs. Since becoming a member of Florida, she has attended all conferences, conventions, and many workshops and district school of instructions. She would be a wonderful leader to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Madam Secretary, have you received other letters of endorsement for the office of Department 3rd Vice President?
Madam President, Safety Harbor Unit 238 has an endorsed candidate for the office of Department 3rd Vice President.
The chair recognizes Cheryl Adams for the purpose of the nomination.
Madam President, auxiliary members. On September 5th, 2023, Unit 238, Safety Harbor unanimously endorsed Lisa Whelan for the high office of 3rd Vice President, Children and Youth Chairman. Lisa's eligibility is through her father, Michael Whelan, who served in the Air Force. Lisa has been a member since 2013. Lisa has served in many leadership roles on every level. She was a president, a unit president, first president, second vice president, and has chaired Education, Children and Youth, Legislative Public Relations, and Juniors. Lisa was district secretary and held chairmanships for Children and Youth, PR, POPI, AAF legislation, and constitutional bylaws. At Department, she has served on the Education Committee and as parliamentarian. She also held chairmanships in legislative, PR, constitution, and bylaws, and is currently serving as your membership chairman. Lisa has been actively part of the Girls State staff for the past 4 years. She has completed several ALA Academy courses and is working towards being a certified ABC instructor. For the past 25 years, Lisa held many positions on the local, county, and state PTA as president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. She has always been passionate about children and youth and has advocated on many issues that impact our families here in Florida. She was appointed to the PTA Board of Directors, where she served 4 years while overseeing other committees. Professionally, Lisa has worked in the insurance industry for 26 years as a state licensed agent. She has been able to showcase her skills in customer service, account management, problem solving, financial responsibility, and organizational efficiency. There is no doubt Lisa has demonstrated that she is ready for this next step and is 100% committed to serving the ALA Department of Florida and its members. It is my distinct honor and privilege to nominate and present to you Lisa Whelan for the esteemed office of 3rd Vice President, Children and Youth Chairman for the term 2024-2025.
Are there any other nominations from the floor for the office of Department 3rd Vice President? Are there any other nominations from the floor for the office of Department 3rd Vice President? There being no further nominations, the chair declares nominations closed for the office of Department 3rd Vice President. Nominations are now open for the office of Department Chaplain. Madam Secretary, have you received letters of endorsement for the office of Department Chaplain?
Madam President, Gulfport Unit 125 has an endorsed candidate for the office of Department Chaplain.
The chair recognizes Vonda Gimbel for the purpose of a nomination.
On October 9th, 2023, Unit 125 Gulfport unanimously endorsed Liz Close for the high position of 2024-2025 Department Chaplain. Her eligibility in the auxiliary is through the service of her brother, Robert Close, who served in the U.S. Air Force in Vietnam. She also honors her late brother, Robert Close, who served in the Air Force in Korea. Liz is a 19-year member of the American Legion 125 Auxiliary and a Legion Rider. For the second year, Liz continues to be Unit 125 First Vice President and District 16 Chaplain. This past year, she served on the Department Community Service Committee. She has also been honored to be the department chairman for the Americanism and Education programs and served on the Department Education Committee. As a partner of the 8th and 40, she is completing her second year as department chaplain. Last year, as Department Education Chairman, the Auxiliary Southern Division presented her with the Best Department Education Program Award. She received the 2023 Dorothy Duke Best All-Around Press Book Award at the Department Convention. And in 2018, Liz was honored as District President of the Year. She attended Maryland Bible College and Seminary, is experienced working with outreach programs and the homeless and nursing home ministries. She has also been secretary at the St. Petersburg Downtown Mission and First Baptist Church, Pinellas Park. With a servant's heart, passion, and determination to spread empathy across a great organization, please consider Liz Close for the position of 2024-2025 Department Chaplain. Thank you.
Thank you, Vonda. Madam Secretary, have you received other letters of endorsement for the office of Department Chaplain?
Madam Secretary, excuse me, I'm Madam Secretary. the brain is fried. Madam President, Jacksonville Unit 9 has an endorsed candidate for the office of Department Chaplain.
The chair recognizes Amy Ritter for the purpose of a nomination.
Good morning, Madam President, auxiliary officers, and members. American Legion Auxiliary Unit 9 proudly endorses Karen Marks during regular scheduled unit meeting for the high position of Department Chaplain. Karen is eligible for membership through her father, who served honorably in the U.S. Army during the Korean War. Her family has a long line of servicemen and women. Her grandfather, her uncle, and her cousin all served during World War II. Her aunt served during the Vietnam conflict. Her husband served in the Marine Corps. Her brother and son both served in the Navy. And her granddaughter, who I'm sure we all heard her talk about, is currently serving in the Army at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Therefore, the dedication of Karen and her family shows that their pride in the armed forces is evident. Karen has been actively involved with the auxiliary. She has worked diligently with members to strengthen our unit. Her leadership abilities have guided our members as they have taken on roles as chairman. Karen also served as 5th District Secretary for 1 year, as 5th District Chaplain for 2 years. In the role of District Chaplain, she has always made herself available to listen, console, and pray for those who needed guidance. While serving on the district level, she has also worked closely with the 5th District Children and Youth Chairs for the past 3 years as they have spearheaded the Camp Boggy Creek Blanket, Afghan, and Boggy Bear projects. Deliveries were made with these items for the children, including twin sheets, washcloths, and those famous Boggy Bears. Outside of the auxiliary, Karen is a volunteer for the Florida court system as a child advocate for the Guardian Ad Litem program, where she works with children who have been removed from their homes and placed in foster care. She gives of her time selflessly on so many levels. As a candidate for Department Chaplain, Karen is driven by the Word of God. She is available for anyone who needs a shoulder, a kind word, or a prayer. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Madam Secretary, have you received other letters of endorsement for the office of Department Chaplain?
No, Madam President, we have not.
Are there any nominations for the floor for the office of Department Chaplain? Are there any other nominations from the floor for the office of Department Chaplain? There being no further nominations, the chair declares nominations closed for the office of Department Chaplain. Nominations are now open for the office of Department Historian. Madam Secretary, have you received letters of endorsement for the office of Department Historian?
Madam President, Fruitland Park Unit 219 has an endorsed candidate for the office of Department Historian.
Yes, the chair recognizes Diane Russo for the purpose of a nomination.
Good morning. It is a great honor for me to tell you about my friend, Dara Ann Oliver. Dara is eligible for membership in the American Legion Auxiliary through the service of her father, David Butlerman Sr., a Vietnam-era Navy veteran. Through her membership, she also honors the service of her son, Kabana, who is serving in the U.S. Air Force Reserves, and her paternal grandfather. Dara has been a member of the Auxiliary for 39 years and is also proud to be a Legion Rider. Prior to coming to Florida, she hailed from the Department of New York, where she served at county, district, department, and national levels. Once coming to the Department of Florida, she hasn't stopped. On the unit level, she was a charter member of Unit 344 in Merritt Island, where she served as unit president and vice president. Dara is now a dedicated member of Unit 219 in Fruitland Park. She has assisted in the majority of events that have been held and jumped right into helping with programs and mentoring our members. She served in the Department of Florida for 5 years as the chairman of the Junior Activities Committee. She and her team have won several national awards, including the Best Department Junior Activities in the Southern Division. Dara is currently serving as our department historian. I have to say, Dara is the personification of a volunteer. She loves the auxiliary. Her spirit, commitment, and loyalty to our organization are obvious in everything she does. I have known Dara for years and have worked with her on many levels. Her creativity, enthusiasm, and willingness to help in any way possible make her shine as a great auxiliary member. She is a people person with a positive attitude that always shines through. I know that if she is elected to serve as our department historian again, that she will do us proud. At this time, I am honored to nominate my dear friend Dara Ann Oliver for the position of historian for the Department of Florida for our 2024-2025 year.
Thank you, Diane. Madam Secretary, have you received other letters of endorsement for the office of Department Historian?
Madam President, Pine Castle Unit 286 has an endorsed candidate for the office of Department Historian.
The chair recognizes Jasmine Harris for the purpose of a nomination.
Good morning. This is going to be weird calling her by her first name because to me she's my Nana. At a regularly convened meeting of the American Legion Pine Castle Memorial Unit 286 on December 11, 2023, the members voted to endorse Robin Shellhammer for the position of American Legion Auxiliary Department of Florida Historian for the year 2024-2025. Robin has been a member of the American Legion Auxiliary for 11 years. Her eligibility came through her deceased grandfather, Army veteran Marvin Higginbotham, who served in World War II. Robin has held many unit, district chairmanships and positions. She also was the Orlando VA deputy for 5 years. Because of Robin's passion and dedication to serve the American Legion Auxiliary, the American Legion family, and its programs, and what the American Legion Auxiliary stands for, we feel that she should be able to continue to be an outstanding leader and tremendous asset to our unit, the 6th District, the Department of Florida. We are, therefore, pleased to nominate Robin Shellhammer for the Department of Florida Historian for the year 2024-2025. Because of her amazing scrapbook skills and talent for keeping history, I was selected as National Little Miss Poppy when I was only 9 years old, the very first in Florida. All of my life, she has been known as the Nana Roxy in our family because she has always had a camera in hand. As well as being our family historian, with scrapbooks filling the shelves of her house, filled with baby pictures and family pictures, it is truly what she loves to do. Preserve the past for those in the future. When she joined the ALA in 2013, she carried her passion and began preserving the history of her unit. By doing so, she has won many awards in unit and department levels, including the Dorothy Duke and the Shirley Harper Award. I know in my heart that my Nana will make the Department of Florida proud as the 2020...
I'm sorry, they beat me to it.
Madam Secretary, have you received other letters of endorsement for the office of Department Historian?
No, Madam President.
Are there any nominations from the floor for the office of Department Historian? Are there any other nominations from the floor for the office of Department Historian? There being no further nominations, the chair declares nominations closed for the office of Department Historian. Nominations are now open for the office of National Executive Committee Woman. Madam Secretary, have you received letters of endorsement for the office of National Executive Committee Woman?
No, Madam President, we have not.
Are there any nominations from the floor for National Executive Committee Woman? Here. The chair recognizes Jan Farrington for the purpose of a nomination.
Jan Farrington from Unit 303, Bonita Springs. I nominate Jane Hardacre, National Executive Committee Woman.
Thank you, Jan. The chair recognizes Diane Russo.
Diane Russo, Unit 219, Fruitland Park. I nominate T.K. Baldrick.
Thank you, Diane. Are there any other nominations? There being no further nominations for the National Executive Committee Woman, the chair declares nominations closed. Nominations are now open for alternate National Executive Committee Woman. Madam Secretary, have you received letters of endorsement for the alternate Executive Committee Woman?
Madam President, St. Cloud Unit 80 has an endorsed candidate for the alternate National Executive Committee Woman.
The chair recognizes Paula Fox for the purpose of a nomination. Madam Secretary, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, Unit 80 of St. Cloud at a regular meeting has endorsed Charlotte for the office of NECA, and at the end, I would nominate Charlotte Bass for NECA.
Thank you, Paula. Madam Secretary, have you received other letters of endorsement for the office of alternate Executive Committee Woman?
No, Madam President, we have not.
Thank you. Are there any nominations from the floor for alternate National Executive Committee Woman? Are there nominations from the floor for the office of alternate National Executive Committee Woman? There being no further nominations for alternate National Executive Committee Woman, the chair declares nominations closed. We will now proceed with the nomination of delegates to National Convention.
Excuse me, Madam President.
Yes.
We have guests that are waiting outside.
Okay.
May we continue this after our guests leave?
Yes. We will pause to allow our distinguished guests to come in. Sergeant at Arms, Assistant Sergeant at Arms, and Chairman of Pages, would you please bring forward our guests?
Kelly, Detachment Adjutant.
Good morning, Florida Auxiliary. How are we doing today? I'm Bill Kelly, I'm the NEC, and I'm here to ring the bell and bring the SAL in front of you today. Madam President, your officers, all the members, ring the bells. I have to recognize my 5th District and my Unit 137. Ladies, thank you very much for all you do for us. And the auxiliary, I hear you're over 110% this year. But right now, I'd like to bring before you our detachment commander, the man who led us this year, Gerard Sampras.
Good morning, auxiliary. Hey, my name is Gerard Sampras. I'm from 275 in Dunedin. A shout out to every auxiliary member. I want to congratulate you and your team on the membership you guys did this year. It's absolutely tremendous. I'm a little jealous of you, but it's okay. So the Sons of the American Legion would not be as successful as we are without all of you. It is because you and the programs that you do, working with the Sons of the American Legion, that makes us successful. I know without the unit in 275, I wouldn't be standing here. I mean, they have supported me all the way through. So thank you, auxiliary, for that. I had a project called Veterans First. Volunteer, educate, train, and support. And it was to bring awareness so we know what's going on with veterans. And it was successful. We raised some money. You guys donated to this year's charity, which was My Warrior's Place. And I think, I didn't bring a sheet, but I think you guys donated about $11,000 through different units and to the state. So I thank you for that money. If anybody's interested in a really good charity, it's My Warrior's Place. It's an independent. It's not one of the CODAs or Project Vet Reliefs or whatever. It's a small little local group in Punta Gorda and somewhere else. Ruskin. Thank you. So if anybody wants to get involved with a good charity, it's something you should keep in the back of the mind for maybe next year or the years to come. Because I would hate to see nobody supporting that charity. And they really are that good. So I'm not going to go on about the program. Anyway, I just want to thank all of you for supporting the Sons. I've had a great year, and with your help, that has worked out. And now I would like to introduce a few people. Past the National Detachment Commander, Jim Roberts, from Post 4. Bill Kelly, who you met. Tom Klinger from 119, Assistant NECA. Christian Rapp, our adjutant. Brian Pat down here taking pictures. He's the historian from 158. This guy's from Sergeant at Arms, George Stager. From 238 Safety Harbor. So at this time, I'd like to give you a little plaque that the attachment did for you. And a citation of appreciation is presented to you, Department President 2324, in honor of your outstanding dedication and participation in principles and programs of the Sons of the American Legion Detachment of Florida. Putting veterans first, volunteer, educate, train, support, myself and Christian Rapp got that ticket for you. And we appreciate you. Thank you.
Gerard, it has been my pleasure to serve with you for the Department of Florida. And I have something for you.
Okay, does it make noise like a bell?
No, it does not.
Oh, wow.
This plaque was made for you. A true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and the compassion to listen to the needs of others. One does not set out to be a leader, but becomes one by the quality of their actions and the integrity of their intent. In the end, leaders are like eagles. They don't flock, they find them one at a time. Gerard Sambetz, Detachment of Florida, 2023-2024, Commander, Vets First.
I can't thank you enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you to all the sons throughout the state of Florida. Sergeant-at-Arms, Assistant Sergeant-at-Arms, Chairman and Pages, please escort our distinguished SAL from the room. My pleasure. Get over here.
Let me start by thanking you all for your support, enthusiasm, and effort in promoting overwhelming patriotism this year. Time today does not permit talking about all the great things that happened, so be sure to check out the book of reports later, because if it was submitted in a report, I included it in mine. I received reports from all districts this year and was amazed by all that you have done to promote this vital pillar to our American Legion Auxiliary. It is just under a year ago I stood before you and asked you to help me plant the seeds to promote overwhelming patriotism. And wow, Florida, you popped. want to thank the unit and district chairman that collected, compiled, and sent forward the numbers from our tracker sheet. I was blown away when I saw these totals roll in. Over 1,800 members attended patriotic parades. Almost 1,500 members visited local schools as part of the Star Spangled Kids program. The national anthem was sung over 8,600 times. Members were in attendance at patriotic events just over 5,000 times. Members made over 1,000 patriotic social media posts. We have nearly 8,000 members that fly a flag at their home. And we recited the Pledge of Allegiance a whopping 32,582 times. A few photo highlights from the year's activities include Unit 90 in Cape Coral took the Star Spangled Kids program to a local school for a Veterans Day event. Our honorary juniors department president Mia handed out flags on Veterans Day while traveling across the state. Unit 138 commemorated Flag Day by painting stylistic flags during their Meet and Munch event last June. Nancy Horry from Unit 418 was overjoyed to receive some of the Star Spangled Kids swag that she used in her Veterans Day program. Units 303, Bonita Springs, and Units 323, Lehigh Acres, teamed up to teach flag etiquette and kindness to youngsters at a preschool. At Unit 321 in Cooper City, nearby elementary students were invited to paint patriotic rocks for the new rock garden at the post. Unit 125 in Gulfport, along with Post family members, cleaned up a local cemetery and posted new flags. Stunning flag t-shirts were made at a Crestview school under the guidance of Unit 75. Unit 394 in Palm Bay made sure local high school students received a special lesson on Constitution Day, and across the department we even got members of our Post family to take part in promoting overwhelming patriotism. This year's theme for the Americanism essay contest was "What does freedom mean to me?" We had 10 of the 16 districts that had units involved in the essay program. I want to give a shout out to Irma Worley and Unit 57 in Lake City. They were the only unit to submit entries in every class level. I also want to congratulate Unit 138 in Port Tampa City on their efforts this year. They increased participation by 68%. Madam President, may I proceed with my awards?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, ma'am. For our Americanism essay winners, for Class 1, Aaron Hyatt from Unit 138, Port Tampa City. And just stand down, or come on up here, I guess. Never mind, come on up. We got stuff. For Class 2, William Garrett, Unit 138, Port Tampa City. For Class 3, Ava Duran, Unit 81, Melbourne. For Class 4, Jada Knight, Unit 57, Lake City. For Class 5, Angelina Vasquez, Unit 65, Delray Beach. And for Class 6, Darian Cooper, Unit 57, Lake City. Okay, there were no submissions for the Chairman's Award this year, but I wanted to still recognize a few people that really stood out to me, and I'm calling them my all-stars. These individuals work the program in a wide variety of ways within their units, community, so I have a small gift for each of them. Please come up when I call your name. From Unit 348, Cape Canaveral, Mary Fish. From Unit 321, Cooper City, Jenny Arganzoni, sorry.
Stay down here when you're done.
And third person from Unit 81 in Melbourne, Julie Gebhardt. I haven't seen Julie, so if somebody's here from Melbourne, please come up and get it for her. And finally, after convening a special committee to make the decision, this unit exuded patriotism in events and activities nearly every single month of the year. The unit award for the Doris E. Hahn Trophy as Best All-Around Unit for Americanism Activities is Hugh Gilbert Strickland, Unit 138, Port Tampa City. Unit 138 has also been selected to compete at the national level for the Dorothy Pearl plaque. Thank you, Florida, and please keep promoting overwhelming patriotism. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy, for a wonderful report. Now, up next is our Education Chairman, Terry Gallagher.
Good afternoon. Hope everyone had a great lunch. First off, I want to thank Miss Mary Fish here. She has been a great committee member in helping choose with the scholarships. So thank you, Mary. You did a great job. She read over hundreds of scholarship submissions. How much did I eat? A lot. Everything I see. The units of Florida worked very hard this year on education, putting a focus on scholarships and assisting the needs to get the education and help required to make the future brighter. 48 units participated in Give 10 education, spending $27,183 in cash and $33,189 in in-kind donations, helping many of our schools and students with much needed supplies to start the school year off on the right foot. Veterans in our community schools is very important for the units this year as well, sending 299 of their veterans in the school to participate in the programs, doing over 100 presentations, spending 304 hours, and $270 being spent. This part of the program enriches both the students and the veterans. Lifelong friendships were made. A few of our units also sent veterans to the local campuses to support veterans associations. Units set sight on scholarships locally, with 43 unit scholarships presented to 47 students in their communities, awarding $28,694 for local scholarships, as well as giving $8,381 for department scholarships. Units also presented 10 students for national department scholarships. Our units strive to teach and educate the students and adults of the local community, helping 1,856 students and adults, assisting 542 and giving 815 hours of help. Juniors spent 277 hours for school service to schools. Teacher Appreciation Week was supported by 25 units. Education Week was supported by 16 units. And Box Tops for Education, 10 units participated. 29 units participated in Operation Homefront. Some units adopted classrooms in schools to help with supplies throughout the years, and units provided homeless students with backpacks stuffed with various hygiene and food products. Special needs schools were focused by many units in the state of Florida. A few units have had started storytelling events in their community schools, reading books to the children once a week. The Department of Florida's units really reach out and go all the way for education. Congratulations to all units. Your hard work has not gone unnoticed. Your actual report in the book of reports, read that. Madam President, may I give away the awards?
Yes, you may.
Before I do that, can I announce the scholarship winners?
Sure.
Thanks. So the Department Scholarship scholarship went to Caitlin Hennecke, Unit 57 of Lake City. The Memorial Scholarship went to Unit 65, Delray Beach, to Angela Vasquez. And in the national end of it, in our Southern Division, Angela once again got the Spirit of Youth Scholarship. So congratulations, Angela. And Caitlin got the Spirit of Youth Scholarship for $1,000 for the state of Florida. So thank you guys for submitting those. Great job, great work. Now, for the awards. So the Elizabeth A. Nelson Award goes to a very outstanding unit, Orlando Memorial Unit number 19. Come on up. The Kathy Rowan Award goes to Challenger 7 Unit 348, Kate Gernabel. That's you. And the Chairman's Award goes to the only one that was submitted, which was Cooper City, Memorial Unit 321. Come on up, guys. I want to thank you for all your hard work and the education and the scholarship end. And that's the end of the day. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you for your service. Next, we have Georgia McKenzie, Poppies.
Good afternoon, everybody. Year-end report for the Department of Florida 2023-24. For this year, we had 12 of the 16 districts that have submitted reports. All reports show that the state of Florida has gone way beyond the support to their veterans and their families. District shows how to promote the Poppy program by wearing Poppy shirts, Poppy pins at events they've all attended. They've set up at Publix, Walmart, Winn-Dixie, Home Depot, Ace Hardware to promote the awareness of poppies. Some attended veteran events and there were held at memorial ceremonies and veterans parks. Some units put poppies at gravesites of veterans. Letters were mailed out to your local veterans service organizations. Poppies were handed out at everlasting ceremonies also. One unit made poppy calendars and donated to the American Legion Auxiliary Disaster Fund. We had 3 units who had Little Miss Poppies that attended parades and helped out at other events. When working on increasing the poppy revenue, the units held raffle baskets, held events, and even made blankets. Poppy cans were set out at post homes along with some stores, on tables, and at some events. Social media was fantastic. That was awesome, gals. During the fall conference in Orlando, we held a Poppy poster board contest, and our national president, Lisa Williams, was there to put her vote in. Those that won went on to national. Poppies were distributed were over 40,000, and I'm doing a round-off figure on these. Funds raised was over $74,000 for the state of Florida. We, the American Legion family, work together to support our veterans and families with pride. Service, not suck. Madam President, that concludes my report. Further is in the book of reports. May I present my awards?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Okay. I did do Poppy certificates, and those all went into your district boxes. Now, I had an award for the American Legion Department of Florida Shirley Harbor Award, Best Narrative Poppy Program for 2023-24, Ocala Memorial Unit 27. Madam President, thank you.
Thank you, Georgia. congratulations to the winner. And Georgia, thank you for your service. The next 4 presenters will be Children and Youth, Community Service, Legislative, and National Security, if you could be up front. Our next presenter is our Children and Youth Chairman, Linda Knobloch Harkness.
Good afternoon, ladies. It's a pleasure. First of all, I want to thank everyone for taking the time to work this program. I know that you all have worked very hard. I want to start out with our CWF. Our auxiliary donated $11,634 to the Child Welfare Foundation as of March 31st. Unit 69 Avon Park donated $2,500. The Department of Florida gave 7 young people a Good Deed Award and 2 Youth Hero Awards. Camp Boggy Creek received $7,107 from our units through the department. Unit 9 president met with a local fabric store and made them aware of the need for boggy bears, and the store's owner mobilized her stitchers, and they made 69 bears that were delivered to the camp. A member from Unit 194, St. Augustine, crocheted over 50 Afghans for the camp. And it's been updated to 100. Unit 240, Pensacola, raised $1,500 for Studer Children's Hospital. Our members donated $5,063 to St. John's All Children's Hospital, along with handcrafted premium hats, blankets, booties, and shrouds. Unit 14, St. Pete, raised over $1,000 for the Milk Fund. Obviously, the full report is in the book of reports, and I wanted to thank you again for working this program. I also want to thank Marianne Spellman for her hard work for that Children and Youth Picnic, where we had so much fun. We helped raise over $20,000 for CODA. So thank you all for that, and for the donations of baskets and raffle items. Now, Madam President, that concludes my platform remarks. May I give out my rewards?
Yes, you may.
Thank
Please
you.
do.
And they're really not my rewards, they're y'all's. There were 3 submissions for the Lois McFall Children and Youth Award, and they were all very good. But one unit was outstanding, and that is Avon Park, Unit 69. Terry Gallagher was the chairman. This is the Excellent Awards for Special Olympics in Florida, and this is presented to Unit number 120 in recognition of your generous donation to the Special Olympics. That's Holly Hill. Yay, Chicky. This is the Diamond Award for Special Olympics, and it is presented to the American Legion Auxiliary, Department of Florida, in recognition of the Department of Florida's generous donation. So, Madam President, this is for you.
Congratulations to the winners.
Thank you all for working this program and continue to work it. There's so much more we can do. The Book of Reports has more in it. I just wanted to condense it for time's sake. Y'all guys are glazing over. Thank you so much for all of you, to all of you.
Thank you for your service, Linda. Ladies and gentlemen, this is because of you. Your donations to Special Olympics. Thank you for your support of this program. Give this Karen.
Okay. When I get up there, we have that.
Next, we'll have Tara Harris. Juniors.
I'm going to take the bells and lost boys. Get up here.
Will all the juniors come up forward, please?
Good afternoon, my auxiliary family. Hello, voting over, sorry. President G, department officers, members, and guests. My name is Tara Harris, and I have served this year as your Department of Florida Junior Activities Chairman. I would first like to express my deepest gratitude to Michelle McGuigan, this year's Junior Activities Committee member. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the entire Department of Florida American Legion family for your unwavering support of the Junior Activities program this year. We've had an extraordinary year, and it's all thanks to your invaluable contributions. This year, under President Lee's theme of Bells in Service, our juniors were Tinkerbells. Not wanting to leave out our counterpart, the young SAL members, we named them our Lost Boys. And this year, our Tinkerbells and Lost Boys have been spreading their magic and ringing their bells from the panhandle to the keys and everywhere in between, making us all proud of their remarkable achievements, from poppy distribution to making cards and gifts for veterans and nursing homes. It's truly been a magical year. I'd like to take a moment to recognize this year's honorary Department Junior Officers. President Mia, First Vice Caitlin, Secretary Cheyenne, Treasurer Evelyn, Chaplain Emily, Historian Avery, Sergeant at Arms Alexandria. A special thanks to all of you for a wonderful year. Tomorrow, during the Department Juniors meeting, all honorary Department Junior Officers will receive a certificate and a small token to commemorate their year. This year, our junior members had a unique opportunity to attend department workshops, where they held their own mini workshop learning about the various programs of the American Legion Auxiliary and how they can participate in each of them. They also had the privilege of attending the Department Fall Conference, where they held their first Department Juniors meeting of the year, had a special lunch with National President Lisa Williamson, and made beaded friendship bracelets. In December, 4 junior members from the Department of Florida journeyed to Nashville to attend the National Juniors meeting. It's been a year filled with unforgettable experiences and learning. One facet of the Juniors program that we're particularly proud and actively promote is the ALA Patch program. This program is open to any junior or young SAL member, regardless of their activity, location, or grade. This year, we are thrilled to announce that we had 36 patches earned. Take a moment to applaud the Tinkerbells and Lost Boys shown on the screen for their amazing work this year. On behalf of the Department of Florida Juniors, I would like to thank for your support, be it mentoring, including the juniors in your activities, or donating to the juniors program. You are all truly appreciated. And to President P, thank you for entrusting me with the responsibility of working with our junior members. It has been a privilege. This concludes my platform remarks. Madam President, at this time, with your permission, I would like to present my awards.
Permission granted, Carol.
But
Tara, ladies, I want to make special note of Tara. This is the youngest department chairman we have ever had in this department. She's still in college, but she has done a phenomenal job. So embrace your young members in your units. You never know what they can do. And let them do it. Let them run with it.
Before I present my awards, actually, I have a gift for you. If I can go that first. This is just a photo of it because it got delayed and it's never been mail.
Okay.
It's just a little plaque.
It's a plaque that says, all it takes is faith, trust, and pixie dust.
The first award is the Chairman's Award, Finding Neverland. This award goes to the unit that encourage and utilize their junior members to participate in the most programs and events. And you know what's great about this being the Department Chairman's Award? I can choose to give it to more than one unit. There were 3 units that just stood out when making my selection, so I've decided to award all 3. Unit 57, Lake City. Unit 69, Avon Park. And Unit 117, Palm Bay.
Picture. Be proud.
It is now my honor to announce the 2023-2024 Department of Florida Junior Member of the Year. I've had the pleasure of getting to know this amazing young lady over the last few years. She is a very active girl, both with her unit and other activities. This year, she held her first honorary department junior office and has done a fantastic job. This year's Junior Member of the Year is Avery Rose Crow. Keep up the amazing work. I cannot wait to see what your future holds. This concludes my awards presentation. Once again, thank you for believing in our future.
Please don't move yet. Sergeant at Arms, would you please come over and give each one of the juniors and SAL members a gift? You are a blessing to all of us, and I am giving you
right ahead. I me for a certificate.
To the juniors and the SAL members, you are a blessing to us, and I thank you for being a junior member in our organization. I thank you for everything that you do for your units and at your post homes. Thank you for serving here this weekend. And I presented you with a blessing bell because, yes, you are a blessing to us. And you are our future leaders. Next will be community service. Liz Close will be giving the report for Bridget Green.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Making our communities better places in which to live is something auxiliary members strive for each day. Since 1926, community service is a major outreach program of the auxiliary and demonstrates our long-standing commitment to supporting the work of our posts and other organizations. Community service volunteer hours for the year 2023-24 were 229,631. As of April of this year, independent sector estimated the national value of each volunteer hour is currently $33.49, which equates to $7,690,342.19. Donations amounted to $204,064. In-kind donations were $402,517. Community Service Chairman Bridget, District 5, President Julie Kay, members, along with American Legion Northern Area Commander Lena, attended a meeting of the St. Johns County Board of County Commissioners. They were issued a proclamation recognizing the last Saturday in April as American Legion Family Day. Myself, community service member, and Unit 125 members attended the Gulfport City Council meeting to receive a proclamation recognizing April as Military Child Month in Gulfport. On 9/11 Day of Remembrance, District 5, Unit 194 donated food to their local first responders. District 5, Unit 283 in October gathered for a community breast cancer awareness walk. Kids from the communities in October took part in trunk or treats with witches, goblins, creepy crafts, and meals to die for. Members of District 12, Unit 348, lit up a patriotic tree for the holidays to honor the deployed and local veterans. District 15, Unit 138, Tampa, held a holiday food drive. District 12, Unit 81, made holiday crafts with the elves. Members certainly made a difference. Thank you. I didn't make a sentence.
Thank you, Liz, for serving as committee member on the Community Service Committee.
And now if I could give a plaque and a couple awards.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. The Jan Croft Hometown Award for 23-24 goes to Orlando Memorial, Unit 19. If someone would come up and receive this plaque. And if I could have a second to just call the units up to give them. Okay, I thought I'd break it up. Do I take it out of that?
You already presented it. We have to get a picture, honey, with the department. You're welcome.
Congratulations to the unit.
And I have a couple more.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If units 9, 14, 219, 285, and 321 could come forward, I'd appreciate it.
Department President.
Congratulations. Thank you, Liz, for your service. Our next chairman will be Legislative Shirley Fasciano.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Executive Board, and members. I'm proud to report that the members throughout our great state of Florida showed concerns with homeless veterans, immigration reform, particularly gaining asylum for the Afghan allies of our U.S. military. The other concerns are the veteran suicide, buddy checks, Gold Star mothers, and legislation to allow them to remarry without losing their VA benefits. Phone calls, emails, letters, as well as personal visits were made to national, state, and local officials. Television news station provided coverage for one unit's Blue Star Mother event. Legislative agenda was reported to members, and attendance were encouraged in the topic to give them a passion to want to advocate for our veterans. They were encouraged to sign up for the American Legion Legislative Newsletter and CapWiz. Legislative issues shared at many units addressed the veterans' benefits, including reimbursements in a more timely manner for travel expenses to the VA clinics and doctor's appointments. Many members were found volunteering at the election polls while encouraging their members to vote. One unit reported hosting a voters' registration at their home post and utilized the help of members from the local supervisor of elections office. One even hosted a candidate meet and greet. Way to go. At the state level, we have been tracking 93 bills as they move through the Florida legislative, including gaming control, ad valorem property tax exemption, veterans long-term care facility admissions, Florida Veterans History Program, tax exemption for disabled service members. We have discussed and written letters supporting the Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act, Pay Our Troop Act, Afghan Adjustment Act, Love Lives On, and the Flag Amendment Act. This year, activities helped us realize how important it is to stay informed and actively participate in legislative issues. We had 90% reporting, so I want to thank all of those of our district legislative chairs that sent them in to me. I do have a certificate that will be found in your district boxes. So as you go on to the next year, don't stop fighting for our veterans. Hold meet and greets with your local officials, use open forums, stay involved with town hall meetings, follow the local officials through media, write letters, and by all means, vote.
Thank you, Shirley, for serving this year, and thank you for your service. Next will be Dawn Davis, National Security. And then after her, we will be having Past President's Parlay, Public Relations, Girls State, and VA and Art. They can all come forward.
Good afternoon. I want to acknowledge your commitment to this organization and the National Security Program. Look at all those red shirts today. At Fall Conference, I asked everyone to think about a moment that defined you and how you could be the one for our active, reserve, and transitioning military service members and their families, along with law enforcement, fire, and first responders. For all reporting units in the Department of Florida, you embraced Be the One and created a beautiful narrative proudly highlighting that mission. There's not enough time to share from each unit, and I do not want to miss anyone, so I will share some defining moments. Let's talk numbers. We volunteered over 51,000 hours and donated over $100,000 in both monetary and in-kind contributions. We honored our heroes through troop bonds. Volunteers flipped over 43,000 hours with a total value of over $3 million. We sent out 924 troop boxes, logging on 807 volunteer hours, 5797 in postage, and 7781 in-kind donations. Through our collaboration with Operation Homefront and the USO, we had 1,715 volunteer hours and over 43,000 in both monetary and in-kind donations. We honored our Blue Star and Gold Star mothers through packing parties, formal teas, and beautiful ceremonies. Across Florida, dozens of POW MIA ceremonies occurred, and thousands of wreaths were placed during Wreaths Across America. Blood drives occurred throughout the state. We donated 603 pints of blood, volunteered 363 hours, and hosted 98 blood drives. Overall, 1,273 volunteer hours, over 12,000 in donations, and over almost 8,000 in-kind donations were logged for our active duty military and their families. Homeland Security was a priority, and we volunteered over 1,200 hours and 14,000 in combined monetary and in-kind donations to our first responders. There's so much more. Please check the book of reports for the full report. I want to conclude with this defining moment. Despite facing adversity such as the loss of their entire post to a hurricane, Unit 303 in Bonita Springs remained resilient. One member created a wooden red shirt cut out for everyone to take pictures behind, demonstrating their unwavering support. What an amazing moment. Let's keep having those amazing moments as we continue this mission and support our heroes. It's been my extreme honor to be your National Security Chairman this year. Madam President, this concludes my platform remarks. May I please present my awards?
Yes, you may. Please do.
All awards were reviewed with my committee member as well. So, the Salute with Bells Award was to create a storybook of how a unit worked the mission. Unit 303, Bonita Springs, encapsulated this with the story they created with those red shirts. So I'd like to help replenish some of your red shirts. If I could have a member of Unit 303 to please come up to pick up some new shirts for your unit. And Jan has the red shirt. I'd love for people to take pictures over the next 2 days behind this red shirt so we can also support this.
Wow.
Thank you. Maybe hire this red shirt.
Here, I'd like a picture with that.
You gotta hold the red shirt. The Kathy Larkins Richard Back the Badge Awards. It's awarded annually to the unit that had the greatest impact in supporting local law enforcement. It's sponsored by Madeira Beach, Unit 273. Please share a round of applause for American Legion Auxiliary, Cooper City Memorial, Unit 321. Fabulous program. The Rosemary Hamlin Award for Gold Star Mother Support, awarded annually to the unit that best demonstrates how the unit members worked with and supported the Gold Star Mothers and or the American Gold Star Mothers chapter. This is sponsored by the USS Tampa Unit 5. Please hold a round of applause for the Jim J. Galileo American Legion Auxiliary Unit 283. Congratulations. Follow them on Facebook. They have great pictures, great ideas. And finally, the Margaret Penny Cone Award. This is awarded annually to the unit that reports the best all-around program in national security activities. It's sponsored by Orlando Memorial Unit 19. There were a lot of great reports, and after conferring with leadership and my chairman. Please hold a round of applause for Hugh Gilbert Strickland, American Legion, Unit 138. Thank you, and be the one to create those defining moments. I'm done.
Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you, Dawn, for your service. Next, we have Past President's Parlay, Wanda Brandt.
Good afternoon. Madam President D, platform guests and members, welcome to all. It is great to be here today. The Past President's Party report definitely shows that the members of the Department of Florida has been ringing their bells for our veterans and our military as they continue to hold office or chairmanships and mentoring members on a day-to-day basis. Several units conducted many workshops about the auxiliary programs, procedures, and acronyms. Members of their units gave out tidbits of information. Some would ask questions and see who had the correct answer to receive a prize. Members also pushed within their units in district meetings, Red Shirt Fridays, and Be the One initiative. Several units have held Past President's Party brunches, luncheons, and tea parties. 2 units even invited lady veterans and let the veterans speak on what their job was in the service. 1 unit started a monthly informed get-together in the daytime for members that don't drive at night. This gives the members a chance to express their ideas and learn what is going on in their post. This unit has received great feedback and got some of their members active and opportunities to help out again at the low post. 3 units have held initiatives for their new members, had recognized parties for members that have had 10 or more years of membership in the ALA organization. 1 unit, a past president with an honoring. 1 unit honored a past president with an honorary life membership in their unit. Thank you. One unit had honored a past president with an honorary life membership in their units for all her mentoring and guidance that she has shown over the years. Units encourage members and show excitement concerning their programs so members will get excited to take an office within their units and districts. Unit 163 held an informative session called Let's Flamingo and Learn. Informative sessions and served breakfast to the members. 1 unit keeps an archive of all the department's newsletters for the past years to refer to and share new ideas with members. Unit 394 took part in baby shower for homeless women veterans and sent gift cards and thank you notes to the female veterans for their service. A ceremony was also held honoring veterans whose names are on the wall, the Vietnam wall, jeez. Madam President, that includes my remarks.
Thank you.
May I hand out some certificates?
Yes.
At this time, I would like to have Jan Farrington and Charlotte please come to the podium. Madam President, whoops, I'm reading the same thing over again. I had only 3 nominations for the Mentor Award this year. I wish we had more, and next year we should have more. I would like to call Charlotte and Jan, I did. And if somebody's here for Nina Strogan, would you please come up? I wish we had the time to read the letters that a mentee with the state, throughout the state, thought about your mentorship for the year. And wanting to write and recognize you both, all 3 of you. Jan, come up here, I need to see you. Thank you. I want you to know that I believe that each of you have walked the talk, led by examples, and have encouraged and inspired members to move forward. Keep up the good work, and each one of you have set an example for the state of Florida to follow. Now I'll present the award. I'm going to give you, since for lack of time, I'm going to give you copies of your letters that you received, and you can take them home and read them. Jan, this is yours. Now I will present the award. With our greatest appreciation, we hereby present Jan Farrington, the Member of the Year Award. No, it is Mentor of the Year Award. Mentor, not Member of the Year. That is for leadership. Okay, for your unwavering support and unrelenting leadership and guidance to many, you have set an example to be followed in the future. You helped in leading the ALA Service Award. You have helped in leading ALA service this year. I need to get this. I can't read that. You are being honored with much appreciation and gratitude, presented by the past department presidents of the Department of Florida.
Congratulations, and thank you for being a mentor. That's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. We have to mentor our members. Wanda, thank you for your service. Our next chairman will be Public Relations, Verna Luke.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. American Legion Auxiliary Department of Florida had an outstanding year in public relations, showing who we are, what we do, and why we matter to our members, community, and the public. I want to thank our PR committee member, Patricia Grayshaw, for her help in the growth of our ALA Public Relations Facebook group. Currently, we have 1,100 members. Also, I appreciate her attention to detail with the reviewing of your end-of-year reports. This year, 2023-2024, the ALA Department of Florida President, Dee Bell, chose the theme Bells in Service for our veterans, military, families, community, and children. Our color was purple. Ring Your Bell hashtag was used on social media for department, district, and unit events, volunteering, membership, programs, accomplishments, and our service, selflessness, expectations, respect, values, ideals, commitment, excellence. And Florida rang their bells to celebrate membership, accomplishments, triumphs, sharing your positivity, and branding of the ALA with your 37,638 followers. Last year, 31,116 across Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Units across Florida had radio broadcast advertisements for patriotic holidays, television interviews, and news articles published in the newspaper, and some duplicates on digital media. You can view social media postings on Facebook, Instagram, X, formerly known as Twitter, and TikTok, username ALAUX Florida. You can read the complete report for public relations in the book of reports at alafl.org. Madam President, that concludes my platform remarks. May I present my awards?
Yes, you may. Please do.
All right. So for the following awards, it's your Ring Your Bell communication. These citations will be placed in your district president's box. Unit monthly newsletter e-blast certificates will go to units 13, 24, 31, 98, 112, 138, 186, 219, and 333. Joint Legion Family Newsletter certificates will go to units 1, 22, 45, 79, 88, 103, 112, 166, 286, and 394. District President's Newsletter certificates will go to District 4 President Janet Woods, District 13 President Jan Farrington, District 15 President Tammy O'Donnell, and District 16 President Christine Massey. Now, the Member Award. This is a new award that we added this year. It was the Brand Ambassador. It's presented to one member in each grouping who achieves excellence in promotion of the ALA with social media, appearance in public, wearing ALA branded apparel. When called, please come up to receive your Brand Ambassador badge. Group 1, Kathy Boland from Unit 45 Palatka. Group 2, Valerie Tudor from Unit 123 Sanibel. Group 3, Julie Kay from Unit 233 in Ponte Vedra. Group 4, Dara Oliver from Unit 219 Fruitland Park. Group 5, Tammy Zell from Unit 138 Tampa. Group 6, Shirley Rearick from Unit 62 Stewart. Congratulations. Thank you. All right. So for the following awards, will the PR chairman or president please come up and receive the award and stay for a group photo? This was Unit Award by member grouping. It was ALA Mission Focused Social Media. Presented to a unit with an active social media account, focused on the mission of the ALA. Group 1, Unit 259, DeBerry. Group 2, Unit 351, Fort Myers.
Please hold your applause until the end.
Group 3, Unit 233, Ponte Vedra Beach. Group 4, Unit 163, Ugali. Group 5, Unit 138, Tampa. Group 6, Unit 318, Port St. Lucie.
Why not? They gave it to me last year. Yeah.
All right, Unit Award in the news. This was for media placement by member grouping. Group 1, Unit 354, Ocala. Group 2, Unit 351, Fort Myers. Group 3, Unit 392, Panama City. Group 4, Unit 163, Ugali. Unit 155, Crystal River. I'm done. Do we have anyone from Unit 155, Crystal River?
She was busy taking pictures.
Great job.
All right. This is the unit award, the most outstanding public relations program. This is based on the end of year narrative, including the ALA mission focused social media, branding, and fundraising of the Department of Florida Auxiliary Emergency Fund Disaster Relief. Okay, congratulations to Unit 138 Tampa. And Dawn said they've won that 3 times now. So we need to step up our game. Congratulations again to Unit 138. The Department Award, this is the Dorothy Duke Award Press Book, which is sponsored by Melbourne Unit 163. And congratulations to Pine Castle Memorial Unit 286 Orlando. Thank you so much for everybody that contributed to the awards, and thank you so much again to Patricia Brayshaw for taking the time to read all your end of year reports. I look forward to serving you again next year, and thank you so much.
Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you, Verna, for your service. Our next chairman is Paula Fox. Girls, state is great. Great. And then we'll have Robin Berg, VA&R, Leadership, and Auxiliary Emergency Fund.
Good afternoon, Madam President and auxiliary members. My name is Paula Fox, Department Girls State Chairman. I first would like to thank all of you that supported me this year. I also want to give my extreme gratitude to every one of you that gave me $20 for the Department of Florida Girls State fundraiser this year. I want to thank the American Legion family because it was because of the family, the sons, when I seen them, I said, give me your $20, and I got it. So I just want to let you guys know that the fundraiser this year, we approximately raised $10,000. So our winner this year was for the Department of Florida, the 3 nights at the Department Convention. Actually, this year it came out of District 13. She was from Unit 323. Ellen Woodbury was the winner. I want to let you know that all of our units in district this year has done numerous fundraisers, dinners, 50-50, yard sales, or just a few things that all of you, everybody has done to raise money to send our young ladies to Girls State this year. We have right now 286 girls will be going to the 78th session of Girls State in Tallahassee on June 28th. Okay, we've had, across the board with all the units, there was 332 volunteers helping all the units by going to the high schools and doing the fundraisers, contacting and helping them raise money to be able to, for you units, to send girls to Girls State. With that, there was 9,010 volunteer hours. I can tell you, this year there was a lot of new district Girls State chairmen, and they've done a fantastic job. As all the units, I've received numerous calls, numerous emails regarding the girls. I keep getting emails every day. Oh, is my alternate, can they go yet? Unfortunately, if a girl drops, I have to take the alternate in that district. But I can tell you right now, we only have 6 alternates left in the state of Florida. So if I have anybody drop, we have 6 to pick up. The girls will leave. I know I talked too much. Okay, Madam President, can I let them know about the awards?
Yes.
Okay. I know I said I was going to give everyone an award that purchased the most tickets for the fundraiser in each membership grouping. Unfortunately, during my Girls State spreadsheet, my computer crashed. So it erased my Girls States going to Girls State Excel sheet and the winners that purchased the most tickets. I purchased a new laptop, so I had to get my Girls State spreadsheet done first. So now I'm in the process again, separating all the tickets. So I will be calling each individual grouping the membership to tell who's the winner, and I will physically come to your unit and present you with your award. And that is all I have to say. And thank you, Madam President, for letting me be your 2023-24 Girls State.
Thank you, Paula Fox, for an excellent job. Thank you for your service. Paula, hold on. If you were going to be a Girls State volunteer this year, please stand. If you have ever been a Girls State volunteer, please stand. Thank you. We please consider volunteering for Girls State. It is truly an experience working with amazing 16-year-olds on the Girls State program. Next up is VA&R, Robert Burke.
Robin. You may be running.
Thank you, Madam President. The VA&R Committee, VA Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation, is on the Legion side actually one of the pillars of the organization. So it is a very, very important one where we take care of our families, returning veterans, and ensure restoration and transition to normal functioning lives after their military service. This year in reporting, we had 16 districts who reported. Out of 16, 3 did not report. I had 113 unit reports. Unfortunately, because of those 3 districts that didn't report, I wasn't able to see any of the work from the units there. But in any event, I'd like to give you some numbers, and then I would like to end with giving you some additional information. Total volunteers, 2,078. Caregivers, this is a big one. I got reports with 0 on it, and I can tell you, ladies, every single one of you do something as a caregiver. Caregivers, 1,281. Total hours, 88,511. Cash donations, $341,335. Like-kind donations, $360,119 in value. Most units provided either monetary or volunteer services to homeless veterans programs such as Honor Flight, supplies to food pantries, clothing banks, parades, holiday events at nursing homes, canine support charities, greeting cards to veterans at health facilities, parades, lunches, and birthday cakes for homebound veterans, and place flags and wreaths on veterans' graves. The districts, where I listed them in my report, I listed also units in there that did something out of the ordinary, and it is in the book of reports, so you can read it there. What I would like you to talk to you about today is the Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Committee also handles the representative and deputy program for VAVS, which is the volunteer services for our national organization. We have representatives around many of the hospitals, outpatient clinics, nursing homes. We are desperately short of people. I realize that you report your service to veterans, but this is over and above that, which you would be reporting to the national organization through VAVS. We need you as veterans, as volunteers, ladies, and I would really appreciate it if you talk to me about it, and I'm going to pass the gavel on to Linda, and she will be following through as well. Madam President.
Yes.
May I present some awards?
Please. Yes, do.
Okay. The Department Chairman's Award was for the most in monetary donations by grouping. If you would come up when I call your unit number. Group 1, Flagler Unit 115. Anyone here from Flagler 115?
Then the district president, please.
Is there a district president from, is that 5? Oh, okay.
Robin, could you have them all come up at the same time, please? Robin, could you, to save time, could you have them all come up at the same time, please?
Okay, next we have group number 2, LaBelle Unit 130, Group number 2 is Jacksonville Memorial Unit 88. Next one, and next, we have Group 3, LaBelle Unit 130. And with Group 3, we had a tie. And I also have South Miami Unit 31. Group 4, Kirby Stewart Unit 24. Group 5, John F. Murray, Unit 303. And number 6, Veterans Memorial Unit 347, Lady Lane. And we're just going to take a quick picture. I like to give a gift that keeps on giving, so they're cactus. We have 2 revolving trophies, and I'd like to announce the winners. The Dorothy Smith Award for 2023-2024 is ALA-FIA Unit 148. And the Teresa Galileo Award, Most Creative Veterans Event, goes to Cooper City Memorial Unit 321. And thank you for my chairman, Diane Ward, and also Gina Kaiser for helping me with the many reports that we got.
Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you, Robin, for your service. Our next chairman is Leadership, Eileen Wilson.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome all you bell ringers out there. This year has been an exciting year for me, filled with a lot of learning experiences. I hope it was for you too. There have been so many opportunities for everyone to expand their knowledge, from unit meetings, district meetings, department workshop, school of instruction, ABC school, fall conference, department convention, and the ALA Academy courses. While we didn't obtain 100% reporting, I did receive 13 leadership awards from the districts with 120 unit reports, 8 submittals for unit president that were passed on, the unit member of the year passed on to the department president. I was impressed by the numbers of the ALA Academy courses mentioned. Some of the reports mentioned members logging on and taking these special training courses, holding special meetings at your general sessions and doing that. I noted the increased numbers of members logging on to take courses for training. I certainly encourage everyone to continue that practice. There are always updates and new courses being added. Other units provide a time at every meeting to do some leadership training. Please keep up this practice. The leadership team held 17 ABC schools in 14 districts. With over 400 members attending, and 100 of these members were first-time attendees, I sure hope they keep coming back. These instructors traveled over 8,600 miles to provide these classes, covering all aspects of American Legion Auxiliary. Some from basic duties of the offices, how to run a meeting, how to hold elections, protocol, and so much more. There are currently several other members going through training to become certified instructors who also assisted in some of these classes. Leadership knows no boundaries and impacts all of our programs. All of the Facebook pages and other social media outreach are great tools for spreading the word and sharing information, and hopefully spark someone's interest to learn more. The Leadership Facebook group posted on mentoring, tidbits, wisdom, training, and secrets of success, and has over 700 followers. I think the last was 714 nationally. And if you haven't joined, please check us out. I have thoroughly enjoyed this year as leadership chairman. Madam President, may I present some awards?
Yes, and please do.
These leadership chairman awards go out to the units representing the most outstanding unit narrative for leadership. These are per member groupings. Chairman awards go to Group 1, Unit 259, Leadership Chairman, Penny Friedrich. There were no submits for Group 2. Group 3, Unit 40, Leadership Chair, Robin Burke. Group 4, Unit 348, Leadership Chair, Mary Fish. Group 5, Unit 117, Leadership Chair, Barbara Byrne. And Group 6, Unit 62, Leadership Chair, Shirley Rurick.
I'm coming. She's good.
Yeah. Really?
Thank you for a great job, ladies.
Congratulations.
And now the awards for 100% reporting per district. I had 3 districts that had 100%. These awards go to District 4, Janet Woods. District 5, Robin Walker. And District 16, Dina Kaiser.
Come back and fill your name.
Congratulations.
Thank you, ladies, for all the hard work you did in getting all those units to report. Now I have a special thank you to those who helped me this year, who mentored me, who kept me on a straight and narrow, and helped me learn as much as I did. These are to our ABC instructors for their never-ending, unselfish time and training and support. Charlotte Bass. Robin Burke. Stacy Cusano. Michelle DiGianero. Jane Hardaker, Mary Kelly Perkins, Linda Melnick Hartnett, Diane Russo, Emma Worley, Trevor Kike Woodridge. And even though she had other duties this year, President Dee Bell. Thank you, ladies. You make this job so awesome. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, everyone out there.
Thank you.
Even though the year is coming to a close, the mission continues. Please be part of it.
Eileen, please don't leave yet. Please stay up here. Part of the Past President's Parlay program is awarding the Helen Gardner Unit Member of the Year Award. This award is based on the contribution the member has made through a program or project for the current year. Something outstanding she did and worked it throughout the auxiliary year. At this time, I am honored to present the Helen Gardner Unit Member of the Year Award to Yvonne Hargis from South Lake Memorial Unit 55 in Claremont. If you are here, please come forward.
But I took on a program last year called the Auxiliary Emergency Fund, and decided to do something a little crazy. In order to support this fund, which is very important to giving back to our members, I decided to have a bake sale, dessert auction more specifically. And I got all of our members of our unit and even members of our families to donate. And we had auctions, and we raised a lot of money. How much money we made? A lot. 2,000 something or more, just to support the fund. And yeah, it was super supported by all of the families at Post 55 in Claremont. And I just really appreciate everybody's support. Thank you.
Thank you for ringing your bell, Yvonne, and thank you for working the mission. Eileen, thank you for your service. Our next presenter is Auxiliary Emergency Fund, Tracy Wentz.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It has been a pleasure acting as your 2023-2024 AEF chairman. This chair was so important to me and the units that were affected in the past. This became my passion. This year we had 7 districts that reported. The information shared and how it was raised, some of the units and how they raised the funds and what they did. These were some of my favorites. Rocky Horror Picture Show, bingos, picnics, lottos, dessert auctions, vote to donate, bakeless bake sales, collection cans, jars, piggy banks, football pools, raffles, 50/50s, yard sales, bake sales, movie nights, calendars, all of everything that you guys did made a huge difference. And your ideas are so, so good. The total reported dollars raised was $51,224.12. Way to go, Florida. I am so very proud of all the units and districts that help raise these funds. Your unit shared how you shared your AEF program within your units by monthly meetings, creating poster boards, handing out brochures, fall conference education, even to the juniors. It's important to keep this knowledge and make our units aware, because we never know when the unspeakable can happen. It can happen to anyone at any given time. This year I took several calls and educated many members between the difference of disaster grants and hardship grants. There were 2 units that created an AEF within their units to help their own members. They set aside a certain amount of funds to be able to grant within their unit a dollar amount to help their members. Learning and sharing the knowledge helped those units to be able to help one another in unpredictable situations. Total members that were reported by helping raise awareness and funds were 1,037. 56 fellow grants were awarded within 2023-2024 year for a total of $106,131.83. Here is a breakdown of how our members were helped. 15 of our fellow members with applications submitted that suffered disasters were awarded $31,136.80. And 41 of our fellow members that suffered hardship were awarded $74,995.03. In closing, I would like to thank all the district and units that participated in the program and helped with Madam D, President D. Bell's special project. And making it a successful year, it has been a pleasure serving as your AEF Chairman of Florida, and we are here to help. Ring your bells loud and proud. We could not have done it with all your help. Thank you, Tracy. Madam President, I have some awards to give out. May I give them out?
Yes, Tracy, please do.
I have 2 awards for the Saved by the Bell Award. The first award goes to Unit 138, Darla Flynn. And the other award I have for is for Unit 129, Ocean Beaches Auxiliary. Can I please have the unit president accept the award in honor of Kathy McGraw? And I have a final gift. Madam President D, I have a special gift for you, and it's your very own Saved by the Bell Award. Thank you, and that's all.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you for your service. Okay, how about we stand up and take a 15-minute break? Okay. 15 minutes.
Girls. Hey, Wendy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. I hereby call to order this general session of the 102nd Annual Department Convention. At this time, our Department Chaplain, Ruth Burgess, will offer the invocation.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for waking us this morning and grant us your guidance as we deliberate the many items that will be coming before us today. Give us your wisdom as we vote in our elections and go through our resolutions and budgets and vote on them. Be with each member and provide patience with our sisters and brothers as we deliberate. Let us listen carefully and respect each other as we try and understand when their opinion is different than ours. Let us leave this meeting as sisters and brothers to all American Legion auxiliary members forevermore. And let us take time to pray and keep praying for our brothers and sister Americans who are being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. Give our country the courage and strength to secure their safe release as soon as possible and give their families comfort and faith in the knowledge that you are there with them. Thank you for the opportunity to have this meeting and stay with us, dear Father. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would like your consent to deviate from the printed program. Do I have your consent?
Yes.
Thank you. You weren't going to have to stand all morning.
I got you.
Our Department Secretary, Mary Kelly Perkins, will call the roll of officers, chairmen, and past department presidents.
Good morning.
Good morning.
G. Bell. Charlotte Bass.
Here.
Robin Burke.
Present.
Linda Knobloch Harkness.
Here.
Ruth Burgess.
Present.
Dara Oliver.
Present.
Sherry Shue.
Here.
Andrea Sherman. Just stand tall, I can see you. Randy Seaver, she is here. No, you can't leave. Hurry up. I'm here. Michelle DeGennaro.
Present.
Jane Hardacre.
I'm still with you.
Thank God. Amanda Nash.
Here.
Muriel Kiwama.
Here.
Rona Barber. Janet Woods.
Here.
Julie Kay. Penny Gambara. And I did. And I wish I didn't. Audrey Anderson. Julia Griffin. Thank you. Denise Rennish. Sandy Swafford. Short Kinlan. Jan Farrington. And we're happy to have you. Nancy Cascarelli. Tammy O'Donnell.
Here.
Christine Massey. Here. Eleanor Amato. Where's my little friend in the front? Tammy Zell. Here. Tracy Wentz. Terry Gallagher. Paula Fox. Tara Harris. She's here with the juniors. Or she better be. Eileen Wilson. Yes. Shirley Fagiano. Lisa Hoyland. Dawn Davis. Georgia McKenzie. Verna Luke.
Present.
Nanalon Tacos. Dawn Burgess. Candace. Fran Carlton. Present. Shirley Frazier. Pat Donahue. Ruth Proctor. Kat Rich. Maureen Costello. Edie Harrington. Linda Teasley. Love you. Kathy Coughlin. I love you too. Irma Worley. Diane Russo. Pearl McIntyre. Kelly Copeland. TK Wildred. And Michelle, you're still here.
Still here.
Don't have much longer.
Still with you.
Okay, my right-hand person. Ann King Smith. Wanda Branch. Look at that motorcycle. Jane, you're still here. That concludes the roll call, Madam President. However, may the 14th District, along with Linda Teasley and Diane Russo, meet outside to caucus?
Yes,
could
ma'am.
not do it last night?
Yes.
So Diane Russo, you didn't get out of it. Linda Teasley's going to help you. I know, it's such a tough life. Will the members from the 14th District please step outside, so you can do the caucus? And Diane, I have those forms up here, if you don't mind walking. So before somebody comes in, yesterday, I did a boo-boo. Can you believe that?
Oh, Lord.
Yesterday, aside from it being Flag Day, it's also our Department Treasurer Brandy's birthday. So when she comes in, Madam President, if we all can just start singing happy birthday, so when you see my hand go up, if we can all do it, just try and nab her, sir. Will that work?
And ring those bells because we're celebrating Brandy. There you go.
That concludes my remarks at the moment.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We will begin this morning with reports from our historian, our chaplain, and our National Executive Committee woman. First up, historian Dara Oliver.
Hello, Department of Florida. I know that you were probably thinking you were going to see someone different, perhaps the current historian, Dara. But I'm going to take you back a little bit back in history. 103 years ago, I was your department president. I am Mrs. Harry Caroline Voorhees. I thought it would help Dara out this year and give this report. This year was incredible with our units, working the mission. Our districts made 100% reporting. So Some of our history stats include, since June 18th, 2023, over 520 photos and posts in the ALA Florida History Facebook page was made, which includes 37 shares, 72 flyers and posters, and a QR code for our PEP. And during the month of Women's History Month in March, every day we learn something different about a female and how she made her own history. There was a total of 25 different submissions for history awards this year. That's just over 11% applying, but you all worked so hard ringing those bells for our auxiliary. Remember that the past actually happened. History is what someone took the time to write down. Your units need these histories, so please encourage more written histories. How do you think we would know so much of our past leaders and what traditions are still carried out? It's wonderful to see how many of you actually take photographs, and although posting on social media falls under the Public Relations Committee, we are so glad to see that you are documenting what is going on in Florida ALA. Our department history report was sent into national ahead of deadline, and our written history was also submitted for national award. So I hope to hear something at National Convention in New Orleans. You can read the entire history report in the Book of Reports. Madam President D, this concludes the Department History Platform remarks. May I proceed with awards?
No.
Okay.
No, you may not. We have a distinguished guest in the room.
Exciting.
And I'm going to pause and let you do your awards after we have our distinguished guest. Okay? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, juniors. Glad to see you. Sergeant at Arms, would you please escort Children in the American Legion Children and Youth Chairman Rick Johnson to the podium. Past Department Commander.
Good morning, auxiliary. Good morning. Good morning, juniors. Good morning. You're the reason why I'm here today. So, one of the best chairmanships I've ever had before I became the department commander was Children and Youth Chairman. I love doing that job. But it takes the whole family to do the job. With the auxiliary's help and the juniors' help, we did an excellent job this year, especially at the Children and Youth Picnic. Everybody was involved, SAL, Riders, Legion, and the juniors. The juniors, I'm going to say thank you to 117 and the chairman for the juniors, Mary Ann Spelling. Her dedication is unreal. She goes crazy. Her head is going in 10 different directions at one time. And she's thinking about 50 things at once. But with the help of everybody, we pulled it off. We did an excellent job at the picnic. The SAL did an excellent job at the golf tournament for children and youth programs. But I ain't gonna take too much of your time. But I took some money and put it on the side. I talked to Linda about if I give you money, where do you want it to go? And they decided for it to go to the juniors. So with that being said, Linda, where you at?
I'm right here.
You're right behind me? You got my 6?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. This right here is $2,200 and $22.56. Linda really helped me out. Linda invited me to a bunch of meetings on Zoom. We had a great time talking. Linda's entourage that came to the Trinity Picnic at 117 was excellent. They sold anything they put their hands on. I mean, it was awesome. So, with that being said, thank you 117 again. I'm going to be the new chairman again next year, and I look forward to doing a lot more. So, you please let your Legionnaires know April is Children's Youth Month, and please do one event, please, and report it on the CPRs. So with that being said, ladies, we got gentlemen in here today?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for what you do. You are the backbone of our organization. You truly are. Thank you very much, and have a great rest of your convention.
That is the symbol of American Legion family. Sergeant at Arms, please escort past Department Commander Rick Johnson from the podium. We will now continue with the presentation of your awards.
All right. All right. Past Department Historian Annie Anderson is going to give me a hand handing out the grouping awards, so that when I call your grouping, you can just line up right here. Okay. Right in front of the screens. Honorable mention certificates will be found in your district folders. So I will announce the honorary or the honorable mention, but they're over in the boxes. So please do not come forward. All right, best written unit senior history in grouping 1, 10 to 50 members is unit 415 Punta Gorda, historian Marcia Heckler. Honorable mention, unit 199 West Palm Beach, historian Edith Bush. Grouping 2, 51 to 100 members. Winner, Unit 123, Sanibel. Historian, Heather Silver. Grouping number 3, 101 to 200 members. Unit 286, Pine Castle. Historian, Susan Curlin. Honorable mention, 233. If you're here, come on up. Honorable mention, Unit 233, Point Verde Beach. Historian, Mia Kay. Grouping 4, we had to use the score sheets on judging this one, and we ended up having a tie. So congratulations to Unit 163 O'Galley, Leslie Brooks, and Unit 250 Middleburg historian Cindy Anderson. Grouping 5, 401 to 600 members. Unit 303 Bonita Springs historian Tina Brookman. Honorable mention, 138 Tampa, historian Tammy Zhao. And last but not least, grouping number 6, 601 plus members. Unit 150. Historian Sherry Buffington, honorable mention 252 Seminole. Historian Barbara Gresco. Come on up here, ladies. Sorry, that was my fault.
All the way to the department.
All the way to the department president. We gotta be. Okay, next up, the best written district senior history. We ended up having 5 submissions for this. This was great. And the winner is District 17 historian and president Eleanor Amato. As Eleanor comes up, I want to mention the honorable mentions. District 4, Janet Woods. District 6, District 12, Mary Fish. And District 15, Tammy Zell.
I'm walking. Look at me, I'm walking.
As long as she's not falling.
Yeah, that's correct.
Eleanor, you got your boots on? The Voorhees Award. I wanted to thank the executive committee for also voting this to being approved for the next 12 years, starting next year. The best pictorial history book in a unit. All of the submissions were from the 6th district, so I don't know what's going on there, but good job, 6th district. Our winner is Unit 219, Fruitland Park, Cheryl Hackman. Honorable mention, Unit 10, Kissimmee, Margarita Rosado, and Unit 286, Pine Castle, historian Susan Curlin. And the district winner was the 6th district scrapbook for district president, Penny Canberra. Come on up, Penny. Okay. And then the last awards, we're going to group them together. Our junior awards, the best written unit, junior history. This award was sent on to national for judging. Written history by a junior, Mia Kay, for unit 233. District 5. And I want to mention that she was her senior unit's historian. So congratulations, you guys are really mentoring and leading, that's awesome. And the best pictorial department history award for a junior, which also went on to national. Avery Crow, honorary department junior historian from unit 117 in the 12th district. Great job. We also submitted some other national awards, and you can come up. Ring One's Bell Award, Member Remembers Award. Thank you once again, Eleanor Amato, District 17 President and Historian, for submitting to honor Shirley Halliday Frazier. And then we also had two that went on for celebrating women's history onto National Female Veterans Project. One was submitted by Susan Curlin, Unit 286, to honor female veteran Jackie Johnson. And the other one that is also being sent on to National, the Female Veteran Project, submitted by Lisa McLeod, Unit 75, to honor female veteran Deb Foley.
Eleanor, stop.
My juniors first, and the rest of you together.
Good job. Good job. So proud of you. Everybody else. Yep. Madam President Dean, this concludes the Department Awards for History, but I would like to present you with a gift. Okay, may I? This is your written history. Your pictorial history book will be completed after convention and presented at fall conference. I wanted to say that Martin Luther King once said, "We are not makers of history, but we are made by history." We thank you for all that you have done this year for the Department of Florida, and we thank you. And I thank you also for the opportunity to serve as your department historian for this past year. Thank you very much, Dara. Thank you for your service.
Congratulations to all the winners. Preserving our history and living our legacy is important. So please, it's for the future. We have to look back to make a better tomorrow. So thank you. Thank you, Dora. We will now continue with our department chaplain, Ruth Burgess. Oh, nope, we got it. Oh, she left. Okay. Yes, go ahead, juniors. birthday today that a little birdie just told me. I'd like to wish happy birthday to our Department Public Relations Chairman, Verna Luke. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Verna.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much. That's so sweet. Thank you.
And now we will continue with your chaplain's report. Ruth?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Beautiful day to see all you beautiful, beautiful people. Well, chaplain's report. I wish it was always a happier subject, but it really isn't. But, you know, that is life. And of course, we're going to be doing our memorial ceremony on Sunday morning, at which we are not able to name every single person. Obviously, this year we had 283 reported members who left us. So if we tried to read everybody's names, it'd be longer than our meetings are. And people would not be happy with that. So that's the downer of the year. Another downer was I had 3 districts that didn't even report. So that means that their ladies won't even be counted tomorrow. So I think that's a shame. It's important that you report. Otherwise, that's part of your history too. So I'm not naming names. Now the fun part was we had 4 prayer books this year. And that's the most I've had. And I don't know Lois is here or not. I've seen her. She was working in the office. But we usually don't get that many. So I was very happy to have 4. Now the sad part is 3 of them had to be disqualified right off the bat. And it goes back to adherence to the rules. In fact, that's one of the rules in this particular award, which is the May Nally Senior Prayer Book Award, which was developed and as sponsored by Lake Classic Unit number 25. And they wrote the rules, and therefore it is my duty to follow their rules. And one of their rules is strict adherence to the rules. Now, they only have 6 rules, but that's the last one. So if you miss one of their rules, I'm kind of out of luck. And I'm not going to say, I'm going to tell you the 4 units, because I'm very proud of them. It was Unit 98 in Coral Gables, Unit 158 in Treasure Island. I got a book from the all of District 15, which doesn't always happen, but it's a district book. And I also have Unit 240 from Pensacola. Now, only one of those units followed all 6 rules. When I tell you who the winner is, you'll know who that was. However, like we said, strict adherence to the rules is a rule. And the next thing is they all arrived in a timely manner. They were there by the date that was set for this year. Yay, yes.
Stick to the rule.
Yes.
Adhere to the rules.
Yeah. The next thing was each one was supposed to have a...
Oh, no. Yes, ma'am, I have to adhere to the rules.
See you later, I'll give you all the dirt. I didn't know. I thought you were just being happy. What a nice thing. Okay, well, Madam President, may I at least give the unit who won the prayer book award?
Yes, you may.
Madam President,
I think they would appreciate it.
It's been that kind of morning for me. At any rate, I am proud to announce that this is a second-time winner. And the lady would be Jana Staples. And Janet Staples comes from Unit 240 in Pensacola.
She was strict on that. You were just bringing it for happy. Tell her I'm very
Congratulations to Jana.
May I speak in one thing?
Yes.
All of you who presented your prayer books, I have them here. So if you'll see me at lunchtime or when we leave this afternoon, I'll give them to you to take home. There you go. Follow the rules.
Thank you, Ruth, and thank you for your service. Our next report will come from our National Executive Committee woman, Jane Hardacre.
We're sticking to the rules. We need a phone timer.
When you're ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First, I'd like to say that if those members that don't know, National Executive Committee person, we stick with woman because I am a woman, they serve on the national level for the Executive Committee. So they're part of the governing board of our national organization for the American Legion Auxiliary. No different than our department Executive Committee members, the DEC, are the governing board for the state of Florida. Okay? So it was a little daunting at first because you think, okay, I'm on the governing board of a national organization, but actually I thoroughly enjoyed it. It started at the National Convention in Charlotte. One of the things that came up, we spoke on at Fall Conference, I told you that National is adding more delegation to National Convention for each department based on their membership. So Florida, way to go. Next, we had our Southern Division Vice President visit us in April, the Children and Youth Month. Fall Conference, she met Lisa Williamson, our National President, but it's much more than that. I had roughly 6 Zoom meetings. Most of them are confidential, so unless it applies to Florida, I cannot divulge, but I will divulge one thing that we can divulge. There was an emergency meeting because at the National Convention in Charlotte, it was pointed out to national leadership that there's nowhere in writing that departments have to pay their full delegate strength, whether they have those delegates or not. So you have to register your full delegation. And everyone at National Convention, all the departments were, okay, we've never heard this, where is it? They had an emergency policy meeting. And I am dutifully responsible to vote for Florida as well as our national organization. And when that policy came up for national, Florida voted against it. However, it passed. So you remember yesterday when Michelle was explaining on delegation, now we are required to pay our full delegation amount. So it's even more important that if you want to go to National Convention and you are a delegate, that we all have to do our due diligence. So it's a balancing act, How do I serve best Florida, but then serve best our organization as well? And I tell you, I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Florida was asked to chair a subcommittee, and I was honored, and I represented you respectfully, dutifully, professionally. So I thoroughly enjoyed myself. And Madam President, thank you. This concludes my platform remarks, my NEC report, and it was truly an honor to represent each and every one of you this year.
Thank you, Jane. We greatly appreciate you representing us on the national level, and thank you for your service. Okay, we are now going to continue with the completion of the Finance Committee. Pam Panache. And I'd like to have District 2, 3, and 4 come up to the front row. Why don't we have all the district presidents come up to the front row? That'll make it easier.
Go get him, Tiger.
Let's hear it for our district presidents as they come up. You all look beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. District 1 consists at this report of 14 active units from Pensacola to Panama City Beach. One of these units are new as of last year is our Unit 78 in Milton. We are so excited to see what they will accomplish in the coming years. It seems the year always starts out slow but quickly picks up as the fall begins. My district committee chairman did an outstanding job of helping the units work the programs and encouraging them throughout the year. Every unit is always encouraged to do at least one event a month to work the programs. District 1 auxiliary members at every unit, no matter how big or small, participated in some type of fundraising event every month. Almost all of our units combined their efforts and all the families, which helps to bring camaraderie between families and also expands their efforts to up their hours in which they can claim and raise even more money for our veterans, children, and community. Many events occurred this year in the Panhandle. Many of our units, especially in Panama City area, provided gifts for the holidays, food, and much-needed visits to the Clifford Chester Sims State Veterans Nursing Home. The residents are transported to some units to enjoy holiday meals and play bingo on a regular basis. These small things are big things to our heroes, and you can see it in their smiles. 2 units had neat bingos on a quarterly basis to raise money for their charities. 1 unit plays Wii Bowling to raise money for the young ladies they send to Girls State. Items were purchased for stand-downs, gave backpacks and school supplies to our children, and even gave money to the lunchrooms so children had made sure they had meals for lunch. Challenge 22, which is a program for suicide awareness, is supported by almost all the units. Some of the other things many units donated was to Fisher House, Pets for Vets, Reefs Across America, Honor Her Foundation, along with many, many others. Many units collected and gave additional funds to President Peace Charity this year, the AEF Disaster Relief Program. 1 unit collected coupons for military bases overseas. The homelessness our community is always an ongoing challenge. Units collect food, winter clothing, hats, gloves, and 1 unit member made plastic mats for the homeless to lay out of plastic bags. We feed our veterans and active duty service members during Thanksgiving and Christmas when they can't be home. Baskets of food are taken to many needy families during the year, especially during the holidays, and also by Christmas presents for our children. We cannot forget our first responders
One unit purchased gift cards to them to buy lunch so they don't have the ability to get somewhere to eat. Cookies and goodies are always welcomed by our first responders. Another unit did backpacks for children when they were taken out of a bad situation at home so they have something that they can call their own. Sorry, reading of the reports. Pam. Thank you for your service, Pam. Next, we will have our school bells. District 2, President Muriel Kiwama. She's styling.
Oh, thank you. You told me I had the dress today. Greetings to you all. Praise God from whom all blessings flow. In the spirit of service myself, District 2 units adhere to the mission of the American Legion Auxiliary to support the American Legion and military families at home and abroad. I remind auxiliary members often to remember that each of us are part of that military family. And sometimes we stand in the need, and then our members help us. We participate in all of the engagement programs that the auxiliary does annually. Members have volunteered at the Stand Down for Homeless, at-risk veterans, attended honor flight events, sponsored luncheons for Women's History Month, honored our members who are 15 plus years members with pins. And in terms of doing all the Patriot holidays, we do that. ALS also Bridges Unit 13 members fly their flags on all occasions, donate to the AEF Fund, send articles to the monthly newsletter for parents, Sebastian's for foster children, participate in a self-tournament for AMVES, volunteered at the Tallahassee Music Fest and earned space for a membership drive. They do Girls State University has also been involved with providing to the AMVES 104 gallons of water when the hurricane came through. ALA John Shaw Unit 84 members assisted with the flag holding demonstrations for women groups, assisted the Lego Club at the local branch library. And this year they have adopted 2 young guys plus 5 boys of a serviceman who's toured 6 times. They recognize them not only on holidays, but throughout the year. So in essence, they have adopted that family. ALL Memorial Unit 241 members did their annual event of 10 for Education, safe Halloween celebration, serving about 800 persons, most of them in costumes. And they did the Veterans Fair, they did 52 veterans fruit deliveries, and hosted the annual school staff appreciation luncheon for 4 schools. ALA Lanark Unit 82 does farm share every Wednesday. They do Christmas for St. James and hospitals. They donate toys to share for veterans. And this year they've implemented a new scholarship that they give to high school students going to college. And this is their first year doing that, and they're going to continue that. ALA Smith County Unit 100 continues to be successful in recruiting more members. Over 100, they're always over 100%, and volunteer to help veterans at the hospital.
Thank you, Muriel. service. Next will be District 3, the Dinner Bells, Rona Barber.
Good morning. Sorry. Well, I was supposed to say good afternoon. It's more nerves up here than I thought. It's okay talking to strangers, but when you talk to people that you care about and know that they're going to judge you on it.
No judging. No judging.
So I would like to start by thanking all the members of District 3 for their support that they've given me. It's been a privilege and an honor to be in the position that I have. I've met many new wonderful friends, and I hope that we build a relationship going further into next year as well. The past year we've had some challenges from the start. We were hit with the Hurricane Idalia as a Cat 3. They caused damage from Steenhatchee to Lake City. We have 9 counties in our district, and every unit was affected one way or the other. My unit alone, we were without power for a week, and those who've been hit by a hurricane know the damage and everything that can be done. Okay, so anyway, I ain't going too long. It's a little harder for us because we're a lot of farmland. So our members pulled together, community-wise, legionnaires, everything, and we come up with calendars and schedules, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, where we would go out and we would resupply generators and fuel for our disabled, for our elderly, to make sure that no one, and to deliver food, cut into the trees and stuff like that. So I commend them. We stopped logging our hours somewhere around 3,500, and that was just in the first couple of days. So I'm very proud to stand up and say that I was part of the American Legion during that time frame. Some of our, well, I just said no, and everything else. Once the hurricane recovery was done, we got back to normal. We started as a district to get down to business on our missions. We have grown so much as a district, I could not include every unit or every event that we volunteered for. We have established a District 3 Facebook page, which we've never had before, so that we could continue communicating easier and we could share thoughts throughout the district. And it's been very successful. Our new Unit 83 has been hard at work hosting events to increase the membership. With much success, they're now up to like 45 members.
Nice.
A huge thank you to Unit 107, which hosted our School of Instructions and our ABC School. We love our veterans. We also love our elderly. We attend many nursing homes, VA hospitals, and a domiciliary. We make weekly checks on our veterans at the homes, and Lake City also has ice cream parties, canning ceremonies. Lake City has also started a project that was collecting articles from those who wish to donate and make the care packages that gets delivered to the Jacksonville USO for our deployed soldiers. They received many charitable donations, and the efforts have been recognized receiving the charities of the year by the local business people. There's never a dull moment.
Madam First Vice will take the podium for a minute.
So, we are going to now hear from District. Okay, never mind.
Thank you to all of our veterans. Next is District 4, Janet Woods, the Church Bells. Janet, hold on just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we have somebody special in the room. Let's ring our bells for Treasurer Brandy Seaver.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Brandy. Happy birthday to you.
I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No worries, Madam President.
Go ahead, Janet.
District 4 rang our church bells loudly this year in support of our mission of service, not self. Membership continues to grow as membership drives were incorporated in community events, with units welcoming 103 new members. With dessert baking and dinner making, flea markets, raffle baskets, and craft projects, the members of District 4 committed to raising funds to support our veterans, active duty military, children and youth, and communities. We partied with a purpose with sponsored events held at our post homes and in our communities. Members held food drives, participated with Operation Homefront, and sponsored blood drives. They supported service dogs, Wreaths Across America, Wounded Warriors, breast cancer awareness, homeless veterans, and veterans in nursing homes and hospitals. Operation Soldiers Freedom, local school teachers, displaced and abused women and children, local fire and police departments, the USO, National Guard, Fisher House, Boggy Creek, and the Child Welfare Fund were all recipients of their time and resources. Fundraisers were also held to benefit President D's project, the AEF Disaster Fund. Units were dedicated to distributing puppies with a record-breaking $18,000 collected in the district. That's great. Hurricane Idalia presented a challenge for our coastal communities with devastating flooding. Food and supplies were collected, 300 cooked meals were provided for displaced residents, and members assisted with cleanup efforts. We celebrated Memorial Day, Flag Day, 4th of July, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving, and Christmas with our veterans at our post homes and in our communities. Members attended memorial dedications, helped raise funds, and assisted with setup for the Vietnam Veterans Traveling Memorial Wall, and sponsored 4 chaplain ceremonies. District 4 members expanded their knowledge of the ALA mission with attendance at department workshops, School of Instruction, Fall Conference, ABC Schools, and ALA Academy classes. A full report will be available in the book of reports. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, Janet. Next is our ship's bell, District President Julie Kay from the 5th District.
Good morning. The mighty 5th District sailed into 2023 ringing our ship's bells loudly. All 16 units worked the mission, supporting veterans and giving back to their communities. The majority of the units held raffles, dinners, holiday parties, and bingo events. Unit 9 had an amazing partnership with a local elementary school where they were able to promote the Americanism program through mentorship and collaboration with the teachers. Unit 54 has a strong focus on community and veteran service involvement. The unit has a great partnership with the Council on Aging and hosts regular lunches. Unit 88 works diligently to support their community. Due to their fundraising activities, they are able to provide several free events each year to the community and sponsor multiple families around the holidays. Unit 129's impact on their community and veterans is phenomenal. Members delivered 99 Remembrance Day lunches to local police and 19 to fire personnel on 9/11. Unit 137 holds an amazing Poppy pageant annually where junior members present their essays and they crown a Miss Poppy and a Little Miss Poppy, as well as raise funds for veteran programs. Unit 194 exemplifies the meaning of commitment to community and children and youth as they are home to Kids Safe Zone. They also held multiple fundraisers for AEF disaster relief, including a semi-formal dinner and dance. Unit 197 has an astounding partnership with Mayo Clinic, bringing services to their community. Unit 202 shows up to many community events, bringing awareness to the ALA programs and commitment to their local veterans and community. Through their fundraising efforts, they are able to support their Legion Post home when asked for help. Unit 233's focus this year has been helping their post home reopen. Events and fundraising have supported not only the ALA programs, but the 233 family. Unit 244 continues to support their Legion family, and money raised helps the Henry Jones community. Unit 250 holds multiple community events and parties each year. Here they take the opportunity to hand out auxiliary coloring books to educate the community on what the ALA is all about. Unit 283 held a brunch on Gold Star Mother's Day and gave 20 Gold Star banners to mothers who never received them to honor their fallen child who died during active duty. Unit 316 advocates for their veterans and provides meals, transportation, and supplies as needed through community outreach and homeless shelters. Unit 372 partners with the community to hold events and fundraisers since they do not have a post home. On Veterans Day, the unit was able to unveil their Veterans Wall at a local assisted living facility. Unit 373 adopted a family through Quigley House for Christmas and provided them much needed support. Unit 401 actively supports their post home and has excelled in their contributions to a local care facility and the Lake City domiciliary. It has been said, if your post closed, would the community feel its absence? After all I have seen this year, I would say, without our mighty 5th District auxiliary members, that loss would be devastating. Your efforts are noticed, appreciated, and welcomed, not only in your post family, but the communities in which you serve. Thank you.
Great job, Julie. Thank you for your service. Our next presenter is District 6 President Penny Canberra, and they are the Wedding Bells.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the Dynamite District 6 for believing in me as your district president. It's been quite the learning experience, and I feel like I've gotten, I don't know, about 800 to 1,000 new brothers and sisters in my family, so thank you. The wedding bells we're ringing across the 6th District as our units work the mission of being the one serving our veterans, children and youth, and community. Many units reported stuffing backpacks, holding Christmas parties, and passing out Halloween candy. They raised monies by having garage sales, bake sales, purse auctions with some very sexy male models and dresses, cooked dinners, and held raffles to raise money for all of our programs. Several units also collect money at their monthly meetings for the AEF program. Since we have so many units in our district, I would be up here for hours talking about what every unit did. So I just highlighted a few key units that did some unique events. Unit 10 participated in the Fallen Heroes event by making baskets and preparing food. They also donate a lot of time with their local history center by supporting the elementary schools and chaperoning their field trips. Unit 19 and 286 participated in the VA baby shower events. Unit 55, which we're very happy to have in our district with the Unit Member of the Year, they also serve They also serve desserts at the South Lake Special Athletes Christmas Party. We also have several units that are partnering with one another and to support them with Reach Across America and some of their other programs. Unit 80 had 2 juniors and 3 seniors go to Nashville to participate in the National Mission Training. 2 units are currently working on setting up memorial scholarships to honor valuable members that have passed. Unit 112 helped to secure a grant of $2,500 to help fund the Healing Through Expression project. Unit 183 held its first annual Booby Bash, again, a male lit t-shirt contest, to raise money for our Central Florida Breast Cancer Foundation. We love our male members. Unit 219 continued its annual peanut butter drive with over 335 jars of peanut butter, and they're extremely active in raising funds and collecting in-kind donations and volunteering for Ashley's Cottage, a transition home for female veterans. Unit 286 had members sell adult bibs for the Russell home and participated in the VA Giving Tree Christmas. Unit 330 made blankets and pillows. They also do an annual clothing swap to help the homeless in the forest. Unit 347, you can read all about them in the book of reports, but a highlight is they awarded 12 second-year nursing students with tuition of $3,500 per student. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Penny, and thank you for your service. All right, at this time, we will break for 10 minutes so that no, we're going to break for 10 minutes because our special order of business will be at 10:30, and the doors, once you're in, the doors will be secured. So everybody, if you need.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to stand before you today and ask for your consideration of Department 3rd Vice and Children and Youth Chairman. I am here before you as one of you. I will work with you and for you if elected. You all of you will be the committee members, every one of you. We will work together to strive to make the children of our communities and our state our mission this coming year, to make their futures brighter, happier, and healthier, using our juniors and our committees and our community's enthusiasm to build a bridge to communication. With your energy and your creative ideals and bringing in our veterans to help, we can only succeed in making this coming year more exciting and energetic. So by electing me, you are actually electing yourselves as committee members, working side by side, hand in hand, making the future brighter for our veterans, our communities, and our children. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you, members.
Will Lisa Hoyland please come to the podium?
Good morning. My name is Lisa Hoyland, and I am excited and proud to be standing before you today asking for your support and your vote. I come from a strong family that has instilled in me how to give back to my community. This year, I have traveled across the state to all 16 districts, attending district functions and the Department Children Youth Picnic. And I've stayed in continuous communication with many of you, encouraging and supporting you. I am passionate about making a difference. My reason for running is simple. I love the American Legion Auxiliary, I love what it stands for, and I love and support each one of you as a member of this great organization. I want to bring unity, communication, support, and servant leadership to each of our units and to our members. Throughout my journey within the ALA, I've had the privilege of serving in many leadership roles on the unit, district, and department levels, which have allowed me to develop a comprehensive understanding of our mission. I've advocated for children and youth here in Florida for over 26 years, and I have had the opportunity to support military families and advocate for issues that impact all of our families. I will focus on working with our units to ensure that we have the resources and information we need to continue to successfully serve. My vision is to find ways to raise our voice and spread our mission into the community so that families know who we are and that our organization does have programs that care about the well-being of our future generation. Communication and collaboration is vital for our members to succeed, and I've demonstrated this through Facebook and department newsletter articles. Your everyday efforts matter, and I am here to listen and act on your behalf to serve you. I want to create a community where we are all valued. I understand what it takes to be a department leader. Time, commitment, being a problem solver and mentor by others and for others. I am dedicated to the ALA mission, vision, and our ideals. I'm approachable, passionate, and I know how to listen and make positive changes. I'm committed to being your voice, and I am ready to take on this role. I respectfully ask for your support and vote in this election, as I believe my experience, consistent communication, and dedication, passion make me the ideal candidate. I'm excited to continue to serve and will always be the voice to promote and support our mission and our members. With your support together, let us continue to build a stronger, more vibrant union that empowers our members, honors our active duty military, our veterans, and uplifts our children and youth. Thank you, and continue to make a profound difference.
There being two candidates nominated for the office of Department Chaplain for the 2024-2025 year, there will be an election. At this time, we will hear from each candidate, starting in alphabetical order. Each candidate will have 3 minutes to speak. Will Liz Close come to the podium, please?
Good morning, Department of Florida.
Good morning.
I am excited to be standing here for the office of Department Chaplain for 2024-2025. As I watched this past Memorial Day concert broadcast from our United States Capitol with Gary Sinise and Joe Montego, the #1 issue facing the Veteran community is veteran suicide. Be the One is a serious topic, not just an ALA focus, but it's a mission. Between 17 and 22 veterans die every day from suicide. Our family experienced this tragic loss. John Winter, a meteorologist, was my nephew. It's time to lay aside our differences that sidetrack us from our main purpose. It's time to work our mission in the spirit of service, not self, to support the American Legion and to honor the sacrifice of those who serve by enhancing the lives of our veterans, military, and their families, both at home and abroad. For God and country, we advocate for veterans, educate our citizens, mentor youth, and promote patriotism and citizenship, peace and security. Isn't that what truly matters? Spend a few minutes to listen, observe, mentor, and educate ourselves through the resources available to help in all our endeavors. Be kind and understanding and pledge to make a difference by carrying the torch into our new year. I am asking you this year to join me across our state as a force to make a difference for all. I am ready to work on the mission and share it with those we come in contact with. Are you?
Yes.
Great. So let's work it together. Together in unity. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you smell it.
Will Karen Marks please come to the podium?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Karen Marks, and I am here today for the position of Department Chaplain. My eligibility is through my dad. He passed away in 2017. He was in the U.S. Army, served in the Korean War. As I have evolved with the American Legion, I have been honored to serve in several leadership roles. These positions have allowed me to gain the understanding as to the aims and purposes of the auxiliary. Because I have served as Unit Constitution and Bylaws Chairman, I learned the importance of proper procedures and protocols. I also served as Unit President. As Unit President, I gained confidence in my leadership and communication skills. Additionally, I strengthened my conflict resolution abilities. While serving a 2-year term as District Chaplain, my potential to minister to the Legion family increased. My tools are talking with them, listening to them, and praying for them. As a survivor of veteran suicide, yesterday I told all of you my husband took his life, he was a veteran. It is my passion to be a faithful advocate for Be the One. As your department chaplain, I will encourage our chaplains to use the tools given to them to make a difference also. I will provide spiritual and emotional guidance to members and their families as needed and always maintain confidentiality. With the experiences I have had with the auxiliary and in my life, I am committed to take on the position of department chaplain. As God is my cornerstone, I will proudly serve, and I pledge to continue to build on the foundation prepared by Him and our past chaplains. I'd like to share a special Bible verse with all of you. Proverbs 3, verse 5 and 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge Him, and He shall direct your paths. With God's guidance, at this time, I respectfully ask for your vote as the high position of Department Chaplain. I would also like to share, when I was at one of the DCCs, someone said to me, "You are running against someone," and I said, "No, I'm not. I am running for the position. So if you feel I would be your best candidate, I would be honored to have your vote today. Thank you."
There being 2 candidates nominated for the office of Department Historian for the 2024-2025 year, there will be an election. At this time, we will hear from each candidate, starting in alphabetical order. Each candidate will have 3 minutes to speak. The first will be Dara Oliver.
Hello, American Legion Auxiliary Department of Florida officers, members, and guests. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Dara Oliver, and I'm currently serving as your department historian, but would like your support for a second term. If I learned anything this past year is that life is short. It can change in the blink of an eye, or even in 14 hours. I'm a 39-year member and I belong to Unit 219 of Fruitland Park. I believe that most of you know that I served as your junior activities chairman for 5 years, and I currently serve on the national level as legislative vice chairman. Before moving to the 6th district, I held several offices and chairmanships in the 12th district, including historian and unit president. It has been a goal of mine to grow more into this organization so that I can help our veterans, military and their families, communities, and children and youth. I especially enjoy mentoring our junior members to continue making our organization amazing for years to come, while keeping in mind that our auxiliary history is imperative to our future. I have a degree in advertising design and production with a minor in photography, and I'm very versed on most social media platforms. I'm currently administrator on several Facebook and Instagram accounts, and I love to journal. I usually write and photograph my daily adventures. History is very important to me. My husband and I are living history reprisers, and genealogy is a new favorite pastime. I'm especially passionate about the history of the American Legion Auxiliary. Coming up to celebrating our 105th birthday, I'd love to see all of the changes that have been made throughout the years. And please make sure you check out the History Facebook page for Women in History series that was done in March. I have served as historian on all levels from unit to department. This year, Florida Written History was sent in for a national award. I truly feel as though I have found my niche. I love working on the history books, journaling, and writing about what's going around on our beautiful state. We need to make sure that our history is preserved, that we continue to grow within our organization and fuel the future so that we never forget where we came from. As your department historian, I pledge to compile all of this information for the coming year, research historical documents, journal, and take photos to update our history. I promise to represent the department with dignity and honor. I hope that you will support me as your department historian again for 2024-2025. Thank you.
Our next candidate is Robin Shellhammer. Would you please come to the podium?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I would first like to thank my unit, Pine Castle Memorial 286, for their unwavering support. I joined the American Legion Auxiliary 11 years ago. However, my passion for preserving history started long before that. It's part of who I am. Growing up, I would hold on to treasured items like a well-earned report card, my first Barbie doll, or a picture from my 10th grade homecoming. My date being my husband. For the last 45 years, I have not only shared these childhood memories with my children, but also documented my family's history in photos, words, and mementos, such as a pamphlet from a museum we visited or a unique artwork created by my children. My husband's family has nicknamed me the Shellhammer Historian, as I've made scrapbooks with photos and mementos from family gatherings over the years, and a family tree scrapbook showcasing generations of the family. Since joining the American Legion Auxiliary in 2013, I have been dedicated to preserving our collective history. This commitment led me to serve as a unit historian for 4 years and as the historian pro temp for 1 year. Even when I was not officially in the role, I found joy in assisting the current historian in capturing and documenting the history of our unit for future generations. Now, I am ready to take the next step in my journey with the full support of my unit and all of you. I am confident I can serve as the next historian for the Department of Florida. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to document our history for future generations of our auxiliary family, and I sincerely appreciate your consideration as your 24-25 Department historian.
There being 2 candidates nominated for the office of National Executive Committee Woman, there will be an election. At this time, we will hear from each candidate in alphabetical order. They will each have 3 minutes. The first candidate to speak will be Jane Hardacre.
Good morning. When you signed your application as a member, you received a multitude of benefits, correct? One of them is your voice and your vote. And I promise you that if elected as your NEC for the upcoming year, you will have your voice. I will do everything in my power to protect your rights. In turn, do what's best for our organization. Because as members, we still want our organization as a whole to thrive. However, we need somebody that's going to be responsible, weigh the options, but still protect our rights. So I promise you, I will do my due diligence. My track record is there. If I take a job, I do a job. And I would extremely be humbled if I had your support next year for NEC. Thank you very much.
Will T.K. Wildrick please come to the podium?
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, Florida.
Good morning.
I am honored to be a nominee to be your National Executive Committee woman. I have been there before, and as Jane has indicated earlier this morning, being in the NEC and representing Florida is a very honorable, but it's a very responsible position. I am your voice for Florida amongst our American Legion Auxiliary at national level. They go through a lot of things that make changes for our organization. And we have to make sure that these changes are in the right direction and that they are good for our organization overall. We want to make sure that it's done in a professional manner. We want to make sure that we're kind to one another and that we listen to all of you as to what it is that you would like to see for our organization and how you would like to see us how we would progress in the future for our organization. Excuse me. Oh, I almost drank some water. Okay. So, with that stated, I would love to be your next National Executive Committee woman for the year 2024-25 and represent Florida in the way that we can outshine for our organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There being only one candidate nominated for the office of alternate National Executive Committee woman for the year 2024-2025, the chair declares Charlotte Bass duly elected alternate National Executive Committee woman for 2024-2025. Ratification is requested for the following district presidents for 2024-2025. First District, Sam Touchton. Second District, Deborah Mann. Third District, Rona Barber. Fourth District, Janet Woods. Fifth District, Julie Kay. Sixth District, Penny Canberra. Seventh District, Audra Anderson. Eighth District, Teresa Walls. Ninth District, Dawn Krasnick. 11th District, Kaylee Miller. District, Mary Fish. 13th District, Joanne Scales Bauer. 14th District, elected by caucus, Kathleen Casson, the Keys, and Linda Baratek, Mainland. 15th District, Tammy O'Donnell. 16th District, Cheryl Adams. And 17th District, Mary Byron. Do I have your consent for the ratification of these district presidents? Consent. Thank you. Ratification of the delegates and alternates to National Convention elected from the 16 districts is requested. From the 1st District, Delegate Linda Knobloch Harkness, alternate Tina Hernandez. 2nd District, no delegate, no alternate. 3rd District, Delegate Irma Worley, no alternate. 4th District, Janet Woods, Delegate Ann Parker, alternate. 5th District, Delegate Julie Kay, alternate Liz Hill. 6th District, Delegate Penny Canberra, alternate Trevor K. Wildrick. 7th District, Delegate Audra Anderson, alternate none. 8th District, Delegate Julia Griffith, alternate Harriet Martin. 9th District, Delegate Gail Dupuy, alternate none. 11th District, Delegate Sandra Swafford, alternate Fran Carlton. 12th District, Delegate Charlene Kinlan, alternate Mary Fish. 13th District, Delegate Linda Teasley, alternate Carol Barris. 14th District, Delegate none, alternate none. 15th District, Delegate Tammy O'Donnell, alternate Eileen Wilson. 16th District, Delegate Janice Hill, alternate Christine Massey. 17th District, Delegate Tony Ellsworth, alternate Mary Byron. Do I have your consent for the ratification of these delegates to National Convention? Consent. Thank you. We will now proceed with the election of delegates and alternates to National Convention. You have nominated the following delegates to National Convention. Will the nominees please come forward for recognition? Will all candidates for delegate for National Convention just line up at the front of the room, and as I call your name, please step forward.
I'm going.
Okay. Anna. Third vice, Terry Gallagher. Oh, no, sorry. Delegates. Following the script. Yes. Annie Anderson. Carol Barris. Linda Bowers. Wanda Grant. Sherry Buffington. Robin Burke. Fran Carlton. Nancy Chandler. Liz Close. Sue Kraft. Dawn Davis. Michelle DeGennaro. Mary Fish. Paula Fox. Terry Gallagher. Denise Drennis. Kathy Henley. Liz Hill. Judy Hillmaninski. Lisa Hoyland. Karen Newman. Verna Luke. Molly Main. Karen Marks. Harriet Martin. Christine Massey. Georgia McKenzie. Tim Oates. Mara Oliver. Donna Roberts. Mary Tarnowski. Robin Waltrus. Trevor K. Wildred. Eileen Wilson. Sherry Wingard. Diane Wood. And Tammy Zell. Thank you, ladies, and you can return to your seats.
I asked for the podium and Madam President standing said, of course you can have it. Guy, I just need your attention. I want to introduce you to our our past department president, PDP secretary, Diane Russo.
Yeah, about 12 years ago, they kind of talked me in, elected me, whatever, to this position. They promoted me to the secretary, liaison, communicator, or whatever you want to call me, many hats, for the past department presidents. And as you all know, we're also called the old gray mayors. We just took Madam President D to a very nice lunch. Yes. So I'm all out of breath because I just ran down the hall to get here in time. And at our meeting, a commotion occurred, and we all voted to make President D. Bell a member of the Old Gray Mayor Society. He has a new hat. We have a new filly in our group, and we just want your okay. Are you okay with this commotion? Thank you very much.
Take what you used to be. Take what you used to be. The old gray mayor. Take what you used to be. Take all years ago. Take all years ago. The old gray mayor. Take what you used to be. Better than we used to be. Better what you used to be. I'm that version.
Linda.
I guess I'm going to have to learn that song. Let's get started this afternoon with our very own Bell of the Ball membership chairman, Lisa Hoyland.
Department of Florida, let's first meet Sunshine. This has been our dog leading in our Christmas race. All right, welcome our Department of Florida Juniors and Membership Parade. I want to thank every one of our members throughout the state of Florida. Thank you, Madam President Eval. Department of Florida, we are mushing our way along the National Great Membership Race, following the trail of the Alaskan dog sled and ringing bells. You all worked hard this year, recruiting, rejoining, and renewing memberships. I want to say thank you to the area membership chairmen. They've been amazing this year. Our Western Division, Tracy Bragg, Eastern, Diane Russo, Northern, Irma Worley, Central Area, Sandy Allen. Our Southern Division, Southern Membership Chairman, Gail Dupree, and Southwestern, Teresa Walls, for serving this year. We have exceeded as our membership goal and rang our bells loud for all to hear across the nation. As of this Wednesday's report, we continue to lead the nation with a membership percentage of 112%, with 44,033 members. That's amazing. I would like to take the time for the show of hands of any new members that we may have with us at this convention. Please stand if you're a new member. Welcome to the ALA family. At the beginning of the year, district presidents challenged each other with districts with the highest percentage at department close the books. The wager was $50 to go towards President Debo's special project, disaster relief. District presidents, please present your check and remittance form and write the district challenge on them. Please see on the screen the units that have reached 100% by close the books, and you should have already received your 100% membership hints. I've seen a lot of them this weekend. 100% ribbons from Department and National have been placed in the district president boxes. We have 98 units that reached 105% in membership. Your 105% plaques have been placed in the district president boxes. We still have the opportunity to increase membership before the national close the books. We can do this even higher. That deadline is July 27th. Serving as the Department of Florida membership chairman this year has been an honor and a privilege. Madam President, I have a small gift to present to you.
Oh, wow.
Keep bringing in membership. You all have been amazing this year, and thank you again for the opportunity to meet each and every one of you. This concludes my platform remarks.
Thank you, Lisa, for a job well done. And thank you for your service. We are now going to continue with district president's reports, and we will pick up with District 7, Crystal Dills, Audra Anderson. If someone lost a pair of glasses during the parade, they are up here on the podium.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's been an honor to be district president for District 7. It's been a rough year for me personally, but we made it through as a district and they supported me through some personal issues. And I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. All of our units held a bunch of fundraisers for our veterans and their families. They raised money for the schools to help the teachers with school supplies all year long. No matter what the schools needed, we were there to help them. The units had many events for our juniors. We supported our juniors and we had enough functions for them. Numerous events and fundraisers were held for our children and youth in the area. Our district had 4 units over 100% this year, and I appreciate that. Many units did lap blankets and ditty bags for James A. Haley VA Hospital. One unit donated the small American flags to be put out on the cemeteries for Memorial Day, and another unit did it on Veterans Day. There were 2 units that had mentors for some of the incoming officers at their units. There is 1 unit that is sending 4 girls to Girl State this year. Woohoo, go Girl State. All the units did their poppy drives. We had some units that did some law and order dinners to embrace our law enforcement, our EMTs, our first responders. We also had 1 unit had a member who did the honor flight as an escort. And some of the units had breast cancer events and fundraisers to raise money for breast cancer, and some of them did it for prostate and breast cancer. Most of the rest of this report will be in the book of reports, so I thank you all and have a rest of a good convention. Thank you, Madam President Lee.
Thank you, Audra. Next up is Julia Griffith, 8th District President, the Desvilles.
Thank you, and good afternoon, my wonderful family. K11, which is our cadre, again received an overflowing inheritance to their building. Sadly, they were ready to turn in their charter. The 8th District staff stepped in with lots of visits, donations, and moral support. It made them feel bad that they felt maybe they were letting us down, and we didn't let them know that they weren't letting us down because it was sort of sad. But guess what? They couldn't keep their heads above water, but they pulled together to put their charter back on the wall. And now we find out that floods are the will of God, but auxiliary members can find solutions. Working closely with C.D. Pedrello in supporting veterans in need, a sock pop basket funded a single mom who had overdue utility bills. An area family needed housing. We stepped in 24 and again provided housing for somebody in need. Unit 25 Lake Bassett. This unit's monthly made and delivered 20 to 25 large duty bags filled with toiletries, socks, and food. Money was also donated to the Veterans Center, therefore making sure that all veterans who were down on their luck had some support. Election 159 had their elections, but for some and odd reasons, they took and they relinquished their positions and went in different directions. A call went out for volunteer replacement. The next month, a full slate of officers were filled. The unit's favorite charity, Disabled Veterans, was up and going. a gift to the post. 43 new bar stools were given to the post at a cost of around $17,000. Shows you when you get together what you can do. Unit 6-9, Avon Park had a great year. They welcomed new members, which also meant new friends. They volunteer for all of the activities anywhere in their community. So great going, Avon Park. Sebring, beginning January 1 through March, Post 71 Auxiliary sponsored all holiday events. They decided everybody needs help, but they stay open and all holidays so that they can have people come in and get the warmth that they need. Unit 13, Medada was proud of their contribution for the 23-24 year. They donated about $30,000 to veterans, military children, community, and education. Unit 39, The Meadow. In preparing for a visit to our district president, so sadly we missed, they had an event to raise money with purses and shoes. It was held, and seeds going to their charities. Unit 254, North York. They did wonderful. 8th grade.
Thank you for your service, Julia.
Next up is our 9th District President, Denise Grinnis. The doorbells.
We were giving doorbells. The first thing I thought of was ding dong, auxiliary calling. This has been a very interesting and challenging year to say the least, but our bells were ringing. Several of our units worked with Operation Homefront, which did a lot of items, mostly school items, of course, for our local schools in the area. Unit 321, Cooper City, is in their second year of the Pen Pal program. 52 veterans and 26 fourth grade students were pen pals throughout the year. At the end of the year, the Post hosted the students for the final pen pal meet and greet so that they could meet each other. They played bingo and the squares had questions instead of numbers, such as someone who has been in the military, someone who's a volunteer with the auxiliary. We are not sure who had more fun that day learning about each other, the students or the veterans. Most of the units in the 9th District have had several fundraisers to help with the upkeep of their post homes. Stoves were purchased, plumbing replaced, and other beautification projects. In October, most of our units held Halloween parties for the children. Our auxiliary members dressed up and played games with the kids. Most of the American Legion members in our district contributed to these events in bringing pizzas, candies, etc. Thanksgiving was just that, a day of giving. Several units provided meals for veterans, their family, and their communities. Some of the families were invited to the post to pick up their meals and got to meet and greet with the family and take pictures. Veterans Day was a special day throughout the districts. Ceremonies were held with the units working hand in hand with the Legion family members. Their bugles were sounded, which is always very moving. Food was donated and most units provided free food. Of course, one of the most fun things of the year was hosting the Christmas party with their very own Santa Claus. Presents were given out with a stocking full of candy. I was honored to play Mrs. Claus at my post home this year. What a great time. In January, we suffered a loss in our district of a Legion member, auxiliary member, Mary Stowicki. Thanks for looking over us, Mary. Several of our units have coupon clippers who have been very busy, especially Unit 142 Pompano, who cut a total of $268,254.73. Well done, ladies. Most of the units this year have utilized social media to promote their events. Facebook has been very helpful in getting the word out. Unit 365 Sunrise is making a Facebook page dedicated to Girls Day this year. In celebration of the first American Legion Family Day, units helped set up, break down, and it was truly a family event. Bounce houses, face painting, and a whole lot of fun. Memorial Day celebrations were held by the Legion family in the district, working together as a family. No. Way to go, 9th District.
Thank you for your service, Denise. Our next presenter is the 11th District President, the Bicycle Bells, Sandy Swofford.
Good afternoon, everyone. This year again, as others said, it's been a challenging year for me too. I'd like to thank everyone for reaching out to me, the district for showing me their love when I was going through a rough time, and the department for showing their love. I just want to thank you first. District 11 was ringing their bells for service. The elegant District 11 worked the mission, ringing their bells. The membership chairmen pedaled bicycles, pushing their membership, helping District 11 reach 116.78% in membership, which 9 out of the 13 units reached 100% or more. Way to go, District 11. They worked to be the one. The units bicycled for miles, ringing their bells for service, working the program. They worked to give 10 for education. They had auctions, they had 50-50s, they had dinners. They donated to Fisher House. They mailed boxes overseas to the troops. Units honored first responders. The units participated in Missing in America project. One member of a unit was an escort for honor flight. And in spirit and service, not self, the mission of the American Legion Auxiliary is to support the American Legion, and the units have done that this year. They helped the Legionnaires. Unit 141 helped food distribution, packing, and passed out food for over 10,000 meals to the community for this year alone. They also reached out to the, Unit 141 was provided support to valuable individuals and military families through outreach programs like Tunnel for Towers and Warrior Renewal Coalition. Unit 62 in Stewart pedaled their tushes off, pushing membership, reaching over 800 members. They worked the program, ringing their bells for service. For education, Unit 62 participated in Operation Homefront. They collected over 2,100 items for school supplies and donated 175 backpacks stuffed with the school supplies to local schools and made boxes for teachers. The unit donated $3,300 to the Kiwanis Club in Stewart to purchase backpacks and clothes for the needy children in the community so they could feel good from Easter Day. Unit 62 awarded 3 scholarships to their Girl State delegates after they completed the Girl State program and came back to speak about their experience. Each Girl State received $2,000 for a total of $6,000. 62 also did reciprocity. I thank you all. It's been an honor to be the district president, and I'm going to do it again.
Sandy, thank you for all you do and your service. I'd like to have the 12th District District President Shar Kinlan, 13th District Jan Farrington, 14th District Nancy Casarelli, 15th District Tammy O'Donnell, 16th District Christine Massey, and Eleanor, you're already up there. Please come up to the front and sit up here to be ready. Thank you. We will now continue with the 12th District President, Patriotic Bells, Shar Kinlan.
Thank you. District 12 as Liberty Bells. We kept our theme really close to the heart this year. We found out there's a Liberty Bell Museum in Melbourne. And we took President Dee there so she could bring an actual replica of the Liberty Bell. Right?
Yep. I am an official member of the doorbell ringers.
Yes, you are. And we were very honored to have you here with us. We exploded this year in membership. Right now, 12 of our units are over 100%, 10 of the 18 units are over 110%, and I have one unit, 394, that is at 149%. All right, some of our achievements. Unit 318. Ladies down there are noted for decorating abilities, baking, crafting. Every week, some of the ladies go to a local church and they help some of the veterans. They also provide a lunch once a week for World War II or Korean veterans, and each one of those veterans is also given a handmade lap robe. Unit 1 in Titusville distributed flags to citizens, schools, and businesses whose flags were tattered, torn, or faded. At the same time, Unit 81 in Melbourne gave certificates to 93 businesses that fly the flag on a daily basis. Several members of Unit 40 help cook 350 meals every week for a local needy food bank. Ladies of 199 took a unique approach to Be the One. They adopted 27 homeless students at Sebastian River High School and provided them with $100 in gift cards every quarter to buy clothing or school supplies or anything else that they needed, and most of them use it for gas. Unit 348 in Cape Canaveral donated flags to Cape View Elementary, where the children were taught how to raise and lower the flag. The Pledge of Allegiance was also taught through the use of comic books and other materials. Unit 359 in Port St. John raised over $21,000 for VA&R this year. Unit 163 in O'Galley has a little 9-year-old boy who received the National Good Deed Award. I could go on for a long time about District 12 achievements. I applaud every member for the hard work they have done this past year. I'm extremely proud and honored to have been their district president for 2 years, and I want to thank you for giving me the privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Shar. Thank you for your service, Shar. Our next presenter is the District 13, the Brass Bells, Jan Farrington.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The strength of the team is in each individual member. The strength of each member is the team. In District 13, we are all about the team. Hurricane Ian gave us no choice but to come together and be united. We would not have survived if every unit hadn't pulled their weight. District 13 had 100% reporting on both precedence and impact reports. We all supported each other with a common core of ingredients. In the emergencies, we used AEF. We flew flags for Americanism and wore red on Friday. We had holiday parties for our children and youth and promoted our juniors. We had unit and district fundraisers where everyone donated products, money, and volunteer hours to help support us. We had chaplains saying beautiful prayers, and we were in our schools donating school supplies and filling backpacks. We made sure our Constitution, bylaws, and our treasuries were in compliance, and we had 31 girls attending Girls' Day. Every unit utilized mentors around this district, and we taught our newly chartered Babcock Ranch Auxiliary the ins and outs. The core of everything we did was for our communities, especially those who suffered, and for our veterans and their families. The most rewarding part of this presidency has been meeting so many incredible people. The levels of dedication, motivation, spirit, and grit runs deeply here. I will forever shout out to the thousands of people that faced so many challenges and still do, but continue to rise. Every single one of you rising phoenixes in this room and back home experienced it. It has been a privilege serving you. I gave it my all because you gave it your all for me. I was blessed with the team I had at the unit, district, and department levels. I relied on you all heavily, and you never backed down. We saved our district, and I have saved the best news for last. We had 5 posts closed because of the hurricane. Today, those posts in Port Charlotte, Sanibel, Bonita Springs, Fort Myers, and Fort Myers Beach have either opened or are looking at reopening this summer. May I finish? No. I sign out with smiles and kindness. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, Jan. And I hope you realize I just can't show impartiality. District 14, handbells, Nancy Casarelli.
Greetings and good afternoon. District 14 encompasses 11 units in Miami-Dade and Monroe County. Our members are an amazing group of dedicated, hard-working women who are passionate about the veterans, our organization. This year we rang our handbells loudly and proudly in the spirit of service. Unit 14 said the Pledge of Allegiance 265 times, and 72 members reported flying the American flag in front of their homes. Units worked the Americanism program with schools 202 times and participated in 36 patriotic events. Units in the 14th voted in local and national elections, but also worked the polls at their posts. Many units actively collected unusable flags and participated in 3 flag retirement ceremonies. Units opened and closed with prayer at general meetings and sent 45 sympathy cards, 84 get well cards, 23 thanking of you cards, and 52 birthday cards. 6 unit chaplains reported visiting the 68 times. 3 units reported breaking their charter 8 times. Unit chaplain of the 14th District participated in 6 Memorial Day services, 6 Veteran Day ceremonies. Units also participated in Wreaths of America, attended Veterans Day event at the VA Miami Hotel, Hospital, Units also proudly represented the ALA at the grand opening ceremony of the Miami Military Museum. 14th District is sending 12 students to Girl State and has distributed over 2,210 poppies throughout Miami-Dade and Monroe counties and collected nearly $3,000 in poppy donations. Units participated in Give 10 to Education and collected $1,200 worth in kind donations and presented 2 scholarships worth $1,500. One unit bought and donated 3 strollers for a baby shower for expecting veterans at the VA Miami. 2 units in the Keys collaborated for their annual cancer walk and raised over $10,000 in donations to the Cancer Foundation of Florida Keys. Units donated to local food banks, collected for Marine Corps Toys for Tots, and organized Santa Toy Shop giveaways for local kids. Units sent 40 troop boxes, organized 2 blood drives, and collaborated with other veterans organizations like Team River Runner and WalkForVets.org to be the one to help raise mental health awareness in the veteran community. Unit members in the 14th are consistently working the mission. They pour so much of themselves and in time into our organization and their posts. Their dedication, their caring, their camaraderie among the ladies are just truly inspiring. It's been an absolute pleasure being district president of 14 for these past 2 years. And I'm looking forward to next year and helping out the ladies. Thank you very much.
Our next district president is 15th district president, Tammy O'Donnell, the cowbell.
Good afternoon, everyone. The 15th District has embraced being our cowbells, as you can see in here today. District 15 has had 2 major events for the Boys and Girls State Transportation. We had a major dinner and a huge picnic. And we made over $17,000. Unit 5 supports Veterans Cemetery at their post home, Wreaths Across America, Memorial Day services. Troop boxes with folded flags, 100 Thanksgiving turkeys for active troops, food donated to fire stations, and 100 blessing bags for the homeless. Unit 99 collected school supplies and backpacks, distributed poppies, Easter baskets with U.S. flags delivered to veterans nursing homes, had a Christmas fundraiser, and gifted $300 to children in the community. 50 flag boats ordered in the hundreds of thousands of dollars for value. Food to the first responders, senior center, local churches, homeless ministries. Thanksgiving dinners, and children making Christmas cards for nursing homes. Unit 111 had 2 veteran stand-downs, baby shower for a female veteran, supply needed items, food for 2 homeless veteran families, donated and taught students the 13 flags fold. They had, with transportation, they would take veterans to the polls. Baby blankets, hats to Ronald McDonald House, distributed poppies, coupons to troops, blankets to a nursing home. Unit 138 held the 15th district picnic, thank goodness. Taught students the 13 flags fold, flags to the fire station, distributed poppies, baby blankets, hats to Ronald McDonald House and All Children's Hospital. Did Legion's Got Talent for the district and for AEMF. Home campaign with the DNA of a sibling that never forgot our Veterans Foundation. They're really big into, and they should be proud. Unit 139, double membership, potluck events and meet and greet, flags, pins on flag days, serving meals for the homeless, donated school supplies, and used formal wear to high schools for the prom closet. and distributed poppies. Unit 147, quilts, napkins, and bead bags and dig bags for the nursing homes. Baby blankets, mittens to the neonatal ICU at Trinity Hospital, and distributed also poppies. Unit 148 collected schools. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I timed myself. Okay, it's been an honor and a privilege. Madam President, can I give you something from the District 15? Yes, please. It's a scrapbook from District 15. I was unable to make my visit to them. I will check.
You were there in spirit. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Our next presenter is District 16, Jingle Bells, Christine Massey.
Hi. I'm proud to say that District 16 has had 100% reporting, and the units, although separate, have worked together as a team throughout the year. At the beginning of the auxiliary year, it was stressed that communication, mentoring, and sharing was an important part of our organization. In doing so, we held several monthly meetings and trainings, and unit presidents came together to share ideas as well as ask questions and advice regarding situations and issues that they may have encountered. It was a wonderful opportunity for those units who did attend to bond and work together with similar functions, share ideas and needs within their communities, as well as network and build lasting relationships. In doing so, it resulted in the units supporting each other's functions monetarily with in-kind donations, as well as attending each other's fundraisers for a very successful year. As a whole, our district totals for service to veterans and military have worked 62,870 volunteer service hours. In-kind donations received were valued at $84,422. $17,008.87 was raised from poppies. $1,180,032.51 in money spent to assist 1,951 military veterans and families. As you know, one volunteer hour equals $31.80. Therefore, to add it all together, the mighty 16th district has contributed $3,280,729.38 to our military and veterans alone. Moving on to our community and children, our district contributions totaled $769,732.19, with a grand total of, drumroll please, $4,050,461.57 that's been contributed to making a difference in the lives of all of our military, veterans, communities, and children and our youth. I applaud each and every unit on their dedication to the efforts and their unwavering desire to reach out to our communities, and especially to our veterans and military families, to do what they do best, make a difference in the lives of others. All units had their own unique ways to raise money, and their successes reflect the figures I have just read. I'm proud to have been the mighty 16th District's Auxiliary President for 2023-24. The energy, the creativity, the resourcefulness, partnerships, and friendships was all made along, and despite some setbacks, the strength to overcome and move forward has enabled us and the units to learn and grow and mentor others as they experience new and exciting things. Madam President, and a gift from our district, your home district, and from our membership.
She said just a little something.
Oh my goodness.
Hope you have an attic.
I've got big bells. Thank you, Christine, and thank you to my home district 16. Thank you for your service, Christine, and thank you for your service too, Tammy. Our last district president is District 17, the Garden Bells, President Eleanor Amato.
What a privilege it was to have President Dee visit Team 17, where she had the opportunity to see how our district became team players. We had hurdles throughout, but were able to solve the issues and go on with the ALA mission. The district Facebook page proved to be a source of information for members, not only in District 17, but friends throughout our organization. What I knew, so did you. Units surpassed expectations. Storytelling to 274 students at 2 schools was on the agenda, and 400 copies of the American Legion Halloween Safety coloring books were passed out with the help of the post commander. A unit helped to provide lunch to 70 Reserve Army troops at the Armory. Members and volunteers helped make various salads, provided bottled water, and served. Team 17 was blessed with Tony V at the Daytona VA outpatient clinic. Our members never heard of the HUD-VASH program. We quickly responded as a unit and a district. A unit set up a table in the canteen area for the entire family to participate in the need at the clinic for homeless veterans. The unit alone gave a grand total of $845 in cash value. 2 units delivered $1,000 worth of canned goods. With the new clinic coming to be, Tony now is looking for new clothes, and one of these units donated $500 for clothes. A unit honored women veterans in the community with a luncheon. Then, thinking outside the box, they did a Dog Days of Summer event that raised its supply and which was fantastic, and the shelter bought dogs for adoption. But what was the amazing thing? The commander started to look like his entry. My time as district president has come to an end. Thank you for all you do, and I wish you continued success. Mary, run with it. You have a great team. Eleanor Amato, District 17 President.
Thank you for your service, Eleanor. Let's give all of our district presidents a hand. The department has had some great leaders serving as district presidents this year, as you have just heard from their reports. I thank each and every one of you for your service. We all know that the district presidents work very hard, traveling to the units, encouraging the members, handling anything that comes their way, and just helping whenever needed. One district president stood out this year. It gives me great pleasure to present the award for the best all-around district president to Sandy Swafford, 11th District.
Kaylee just threw Verna out of the way. Yeah. She jumped over.
She's younger.
I wasn't expecting this at all. And I wasn't sure if I was doing a good job. And everybody just kept pushing me. I lost my son 3 months ago, and I didn't think I was going to make it. And my legion, all of you called me, and you helped me, and you pushed me through. And I'm going to keep on going because all of you, I love every one of you. And I hope everyone continues in the auxiliary and starts stepping up, taking offices, being district presidents, and going to Girl State.
At this time, we will now hear from our election committee. Election committee report from Tracy Wentz. Please come to the podium.
Good afternoon. Are we ready for the results? Madam President, I make a motion to destroy the ballots, please.
A motion has been made to destroy the ballots. Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes. The ballots will be destroyed.
Thank you. Thank you for the team today, everybody who helped. wanted to verify. Okay, so the results are chaplain. Congratulations to Karen Marks. Historian. Congratulations to Dara Oliver. For our third vice, congratulations to Lisa Hoyland. For NEC, congratulations to Jane Hardinger. Moving on to our national delegates. So the first delegate, Lisa Hoyland. Second delegate, Michelle DeGenero. Third delegate, Dara Oliver. Fourth delegate, Trevay K. Woodruff. Fifth delegate, Robin Burke. Sixth delegate, Verna Luke. If we can hold all the applause to the end, because there's a lot of them. I'm sorry, thank you. Number 7, Wanda Brandt. 8, Terry Gallagher. 9, Mary Fish. 10, Tammy Zell. 11, Paula Fox. 12, Annie Anderson. 13, Karen Marks. 14, Liz Close. 15, Eileen Wilson. 16, Fran Carlton. 17, Dawn Davis. 18, Liz Hill. 19, Christine Mazzy. 20, Kim Oakes. 21, Sherry Wingard. 22, Nancy Chandler. 23, Diane Wood. 24, Karen Haman. 25, Donna Roberts. 26, Denise Gurnis. 27, Linda Bowers. 28, Robin Waltrus. 29, Molly Main. 30, Carol Beers. 31, Sue Kraft. 32, Harriet Martin. 33, Sherry Buffington. 34, Georgia McKenzie. 35, Mary Tarnowski. 36, Kathy Helmley. And 37, Judy Tominski. Okay, they're your delegates.
Thank you, Tracy. And thank you for serving as chairman for this committee, and thank you to your committee members. Madam Secretary, do we have any announcements?
Madam President, we're not even ready for that yet.
Okay.
But I would like to have a moment of personal privilege. I am so proud of the members who decided to come here this morning between 8 and 8:20. Guess what? Most of you listened. We only had 7 ballots kicked back. We had 78 last year. So you listened, and we're going to talk about making that a mandatory part of the convention on Saturday morning. You know, to go over, because we want new members to come to our convention. We want your input. And the only way we can get your input is by being here. So I thank you. You made my life easier. Now, with that being said, you heard mention of the proposal about the $50 registration fee. As soon as you get your paperwork, and that's going to be coming by email, so hopefully I have everybody's email. If not, I'll find it. And Michelle, we can do this in a PDF format so they can do it all. Can we do it that way? Yes, come. Don't knock me down, though.
Hey, come here, baby. Look, the mic's perfect. So as the amendment didn't pass, just like with the Legion, when you put in for your hotel information, you're gonna give them your credit card information, you're gonna do that for the registration. So your registration would be a separate fee, individual from your tickets, from your hotel, all the other stuff that we do at national convention that you have to pay for. So that that charge will go immediately when you turn in your paperwork. Once you attend, you'll have that ACH to you before you even get home. Okay? And that, as we said, it will be all electronic, all through the credit card, and it'll be a PDF packet fillable that you can return to the secretary.
So, from National, I have not had the opportunity to check it out. I did not bring my laptop. So when I get home, Monday or Tuesday, I'll look at it. With all of that being said, we said go to 15, that's okay, we got 37. But those of you who went to National Convention last year, National had an amendment come out. We used to get 5 delegates for our charter, and then 1 delegate for every 1,500 members or fraction thereof. It is now 7 delegates for our charter, and 1 additional delegate for every 1,200 members. So when I looked at the numbers, what's today? Saturday. So when I looked at the Wednesday report from National, we are over 44,000 members. That is a big to-do for us. So please don't dismay, because when I look at these, we're looking at probably 42 delegates.
16 for the districts?
Actually, only 14 because, right?
And then the officer.
So don't dismay. Anyone who comes down into the alternate position, trust me. Yeah, I'm going. I paid my $50, and then all of a sudden I'm not going. So we will do everything possible, but we're going to have probably close to 40 actual delegates, which is to me is absolutely awesome. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Make my life a little bit easier when I start sending this stuff out to you, okay? They will be PDF fillable that you can just email them back to me as an attachment. And the President, I'm so happy this election is over.
So am I. And talking about National Convention, the seating is according to membership. So keep sending those renewals in, because Florida wants to be in the front row. Of course you can. It's not here. Here.
Much better. President T has some of her shirts that are left over. We can sit and charge some people for them, but we don't want to do that. She doesn't want to redecorate her house because I only hear over on that side of the room. For the people who are going to National Convention, President T, you didn't know this?
Oh, I didn't.
But you said they can have one of your shirts.
Yes, they can.
Okay. So there's some mediums. I don't think there's any larges. There's some extra large, 2X, 3X, 4X. But it's only for those going to National Convention. So one day, maybe, whatever, you're all in purple. So we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for giving us your shirts. And This is something I bet you would like to announce.
And I'd love to have a purple day at National Convention. we would not be missed. I would like to announce the results of the juniors' elections. Honorary Department Junior Officers. President, Avery Crow, Krogh. First Vice President, Cheyenne McLeary. Secretary, Mia Kay. Treasurer, Charlie Cunningham. Chaplain, Emily Vesey. V-E-A-S-E-Y. Are they in the room? Yes, come on up, girls. And boys. Come on up. Historian, Kylie Edwards. Sergeant at Arms, Riley Vesey. And Assistant Sergeant at Arms, Lily Edwards. Your honorary junior department officers for 2025.
I just want to make a quick announcement. I have too many members coming up to me and say, I need to make this announcement, I need to... Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I am old. And this mind can only hold so much. But it'll come back to me at 3 o'clock in the morning. So if you would be so kind, if you want something for me to announce, put it on a piece of paper. It may go into my pocket, and I may find it a week from now, but I promise you I'll make that announcement today. So if you just humor me. I love every one of you. I really do. And if I'm sarcastic, it's only because I love you. Those who know me, Ann Kate Smith, can I not be a sarcastic person? No, I didn't think so. Okay. Where is Mac from Avon Park 69? Mac, stand up. Robin Burke, stand up. Robin, Mac is an auxiliary member from Unit 69. Guess what? He is interested in maybe becoming an assistant sergeant in arms or a sergeant in arms. If we don't know this stuff, you're never going to be asked. So if you're really interested in something, shoot me an email and I will make sure that the right people get it.
We are now going to continue with the parade of checks for my special project, the Auxiliary Emergency Disaster Relief Fund.
We're almost finished. Madam Treasurer, are you ready? I'm here. Good. I'm here.
If you have a check to present, please line up on that side.
No, Madam President, we did it a little bit differently.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They've already turned in their checks.
Okay.
We have a list.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you ready? Okay. Unit 125. All right, I need. This is not done alphabetically or numerically. Just so that we keep Randy happy since her birthday was yesterday. Someone from Unit 125, Unit 40, 325, 164, Unit 20, and Unit 273. That's 6 of them.
Who do I give this to? There's more than 6.
Where down are they going to come? I'd like to get a picture of our check.
For the new members that have joined this year that aren't sure about what my special project was, the Auxiliary Emergency Disaster Relief Fund. It is to help you, the members, if you have a devastating occurrence, like a tornado, a flood,
fire,
trees fall on your house. If you need assistance to help you get through that event, if you have been a member for 3 consecutive years with dues paid, you can apply for assistance through the American Legion Auxiliary Disaster Relief Fund. This is to help you, the members.
Are they coming up?
While they're doing that, I'd also like to say to each and every one of you, thank you for your membership. It is you, the members, that are the grassroots of our organization. Everything you do, we as department officers and department chairmen get the opportunity to brag about everything you do. It is all about you and your units. And I thank you very much for everything that you have done in your units to ring your bells and celebrate your members, celebrate your fundraisers and your volunteers and our veterans, and to celebrate the joy and fun in your units. So thank you very much. Remember, service, selflessness, expectations, respect, values, ideals, commitment, and excellence. I heard that acronym at a 2016 luncheon at the National Convention by the Auxiliary Woman of the Year, Major General Peggy Combs. She explained her service and our service. And that is what she said to us. And I wrote it down that day and said, I'm going to use it one day, never expecting that I would ever be standing here. But I kept it at my bedside table, and I occasionally looked at it, and as I was moving up, I looked at it more. A couple times I looked and I couldn't find the book, and I started to panic. But you never know who you are going to be inspired by. It could be somebody standing in the grocery line and you're talking to them. It could be somebody that you are working with in the community at a partnering organization. So always be on the lookout for your inspiration, from your inspiration or who you are inspiring. I think they're ready. Mary, do you want me on the floor or up here? They're coming to me.
Okay, Liz, I'm starting with you. When I call your unit on your name, just kind of come across and just go all the way to the end of the podium and just stand there. You know, get my hand from your desk. So, Unit 125, $1,000. Come on down. And I apologize if I can't remember where all these units are, but I do know that Fort P is 40, $2,000.
Good job.
Mary?
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask the first vice president to assume
Oh, most
the podium
absolutely.
and for me to go down there so that the picture can
Yes,
be taken?
that's exactly what I was just saying to Randy. Get the first vice president to take the podium, please.
Charlotte. Madam First Vice President, will you assume the podium?
Sure.
Stand there, everybody.
It's not fair. The first couple of them seems to be over there, Dee.
Verna, did you want to sit over there and take pictures?
We thought you were. I got you already.
We're all tired. I've got to tell you this, and I know you've seen me go up to President T a few times, and this will be a teaching moment. The president never leaves the podium.
Down here.
And she kept walking away. And I kept, come on back. Come on back. Don't leave the podium. So, we're fine. So, can we move on now? Good. That's good. Ellington, Unit 325, $500. Unit 164 in District 11, $1,500. And I told Gene Mahoney, I know you're killing me, but I don't know where Unit 20 is either. But Unit 20, $1,000. Thank you. 11th District, right?
Yes, ma'am.
This one I do know. Madeira Beach, 16th District, Unit 273, $10,000. And because this PDP, every time I met her, Old Glory, Unit 183, $750. As the past president of this next unit, I know this one too. Spring Hill Unit 186, $1,000. Surely don't shoot me, but I'm going to say Stewart, Unit 62, 11th District, $5,000. Unfortunately, my newest is District 15, and I know where that's in Hillsborough County. Okay, we have District 15, $1,000. Don Davis, Tammy Zell, Andrea Sherman. So I'm glad we went to the whole district. Okay. Pleasure Theater, correct. Unit 233, $400. Oh, what's this next one? District 5, $850. Okay. I'm just looking to see if I recognize something, but I don't. So Unit 54, it looks like $650. That is correct. And it's Kelly McCormick or McCrimmon or something. Fernandina. I know where 54 is. Now, do you know where 54 is in Fernandina?
Oh yeah, Fernandina.
Fernandina. Come on down.
Yes, it is.
You want to know something? You gotta have fun.
Yeah,
we gotta have fun. 47. Unit 47.
District
Lake
11.
Worth.
No, Lake Worth.
District 11. Gene Mountain. How can we forget that, Gene? Oh. Okay. $841. And my newest friend, who's just doing nothing but complimenting me to her new members. Cam, I don't know what's wrong with you, but Unit 283 in the 5th District, $3,000. And I have got to say this. Unit 36, who had so many problems, and we got them back on track. Don Krasnick, the newly elected 9th District President, and she came over as the newly elected president of that unit, and you're doing fantastic. I've got to say that to you. $50. I know that. I know that. Kate, get in a report in there. Kate. I know that one well from 15 years ago. Unit 348, Kate Canaveral, Mary Fish, $2,000. I'm not even going to try. But Unit 194, $515. This one I didn't know. Can be known as Riverview 148 or Alafaya Unit 148, $426.
That makes $2,500.
Okay, Palatka, Unit 45, 17th District, $700. He's my friend Carla. Unit 119, down here in Largo, in the 16th District, $500. Unit 83, which I believe we just ended up chartering last year. Unit 83, McLennan, $50. Eighth District, Kirby Street, Unit 24. Couldn't you round it up another 50 cents? Oh, okay. $1,037.50. And 50 cents 14th District, $250. Melbourne, Unit 81, 12th District. Wasn't this great? This is the year 2024. Guess how much their check is? $2,024. They left because this is genius. Where's my little one? Look at that smile. Okay, the juniors from the 12th District, Palm Bay, Unit 117, $1,000.
We gotta go back this way, guys.
Trying to get myself together here. Good luck. It's not easy. It's not easy. Back in 2009 and 2010, we had a small junior group. We couldn't get a chairman. Sherry Wingard, are you in the room? Sherry? She hung on as long as she could. We dropped the juniors. We got them back. And the chairman that we had for our juniors have been absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. They came in, they learned some stuff. They've been doing some things. Were you sitting on the floor doing your rocks today? Painting rocks, sitting on the floor. Thank God to be young. As a great-grandmother, I think I've gained another 20 great-grandchildren because I know the chairman is now my granddaughter. So, the Department of Florida Juniors, for all of their hard work, painting rocks, $321. Young sons of the American Legion. I already have 2 great-grandsons. How many of those sons of the American Legion are down here? Do we have counted with?
3. 3. We have 5 with us, but only 3 here.
Well, if there's 5, that means I now have 7 great-grandsons. Please, I do not want to become a great-grandmother. Jasmine, where are you? I always forget about each of these. Look at them. Just look at them. And to me, this is our future. Because people like me were old. thank you. I know that Brandy is getting together to do a very large check as a presentation with the final figure.
That's a huge picture. That's the number that's on the bottom. That check's written out for.
So, can we do a drum roll, Kelly? That works. Madam President, I know you can hear me. Yes, ma'am. A large amount, or a loud amount, $95,515.16.
We're trying to take the big well. Oh my God. Chasing her with the check.
Madam President, get a loud amount, like me.
Okay. It is because of all the members, the units that rang their bells and cared enough about our auxiliary family that these donations were made to assist and support you. So I applaud each and every one of you and the units in the Department of Florida. Thank you to everybody. Everybody can return to their seats. Well,
Thanks.
will all unit presidents please stand? Unit presidents, please stand. I know it takes every member to make this department what it is. However, every unit needs a president, and I just want to thank you for stepping up, being a leader, and being the firebell. Can you see where my head is at? Firebell for the unit. Thank you. Thank you. At this time, it gives me great pleasure in announcing the best all-around unit in the Department of Florida. Hugh Gilbert Strickland, Tampa, Unit 138. President John Davis, please come forward.
Oh, they do. I mean. No, I got one. Okay, let's have a hot shot.
Thank you for all your hard work and thank you for ringing your bell.
Go 15!
We work as a team. Our Legion family is amazing. They support us in everything we do. And I couldn't be more proud of this group that's here. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm a little teary, a little emotional right now because this just means a whole lot to us. Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, will you give your report?
Madam President, I'm not going to say I'm embarrassed to say this because I'm really not embarrassed. I'm just going to give you a very quick what's up here because I did not bring a written report. I think the time just flew away. But at any rate, I thank you for the appointment as Department Secretary. I thank the members who have called me and asked me questions. If I was rude, I'm sorry. But I mean that. I mean that. Anyone who has contacted me, whether it's through an email or through a phone call, you have all been very pleasant to work with. I know I'm going to be on speed dial. I know I've been on speed dial in a certain district, and that's okay. But the Department of Florida, we are just absolutely fantastic, Madam President. Our department officers are absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely.
And I can tell you, as your department secretary, I bugged the dickens out of them. I need this now. And they complied. Okay, so I will have a report in for the Book of Reports soon.
Okay. I'll go with that.
Soon. But I do have to say this. When I was in Indianapolis for the DLNC, these other departments that are bigger than us, not by much, they want to know what we're doing. This is what we do. It's you. It's not me. It's not our chairman. I don't care what anybody says. It's not our chairman. They're there to help you. You, the members, is what is keeping the Department of Florida alive. And we are watched every day. So I thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to serve as your department president. I wish you so much.
Their secretary.
Oh, wait a minute. I was department president, wasn't I?
In 2009, 2010.
I told you it was gone. Let me re-say that. Madam President, I thank you so much for appointing me as the department secretary for this past year. It has been my honor. I've enjoyed it. And Teddy loved coming to the office. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for everything that you did this year. And thank you for your service. The report of the Courtesy Resolutions Committee, Christine Massey. And Julie Kay.
I'm in and out.
Courtesy Resolution, 101st Annual Convention. Whereas, we, the members of the American Legion Auxiliary Department of Florida, have been extended a warm and cordial welcome by Treva K. Wildrick, past Department President, 6th District. Whereas, all department officers and chairmen have endeavored to fulfill their duties by their efforts. Whereas, Clarence Hill, American Legion past National Commander, spoke regarding the 2025 National Convention in Tampa. Whereas, Michael Gambler Raymond, Department Commander, was accompanied by Jerry Brandt, NEC, Jim Ramos, NEC, Bruce Comer, Adjutant, and Legion guests. The Commander expressed his appreciation for the excellent work of the Auxiliary and was proud to announce the family membership of over 100%. Whereas, Bill Kelly, Sons NEC, spoke of his appreciation of the great work the Auxiliary does. Whereas, Gerard Sambins, Detachment Commander, accompanied by Tim Kleiner, NECA, James Roberts III, past National Commander, Christian Rapp, Detachment Adjutant, Brian Patt, Detachment Historian, and George Seeger, Detachment Sergeant at Arms, spoke on how grateful he was of all the help from the Auxiliary and how proud he was of the membership family. Whereas, Rick Johnson, past Department Commander, and Children and Youth spoke regarding the Children and Youth Picnic, announcing proceeds to go to the juniors. Now, therefore it be resolved that the members show their appreciation to all, especially our outgoing Department President Dee Bell, by a standing ovation, and be it forever resolved that these resolutions be made a permanent record of the Department of Florida. Signed, Christine Massey and Julie Kay.
Thank you, Christine and Julie Kay, for serving on the Resolutions Committee. Thank you, and thank you for your service. Is there any unfinished business to come before this convention? Hearing none. Mary, do we have any announcements?
Yes, Madam President.
It's because y'all leave it for us.
That's fair. There will be a celebration of life for Rita Blankenhorn, a member of Pine Castle Unit 286, who passed away, I believe, last month. Those of you from the 6th District, we all know Rita. And it's going to be on June 29th at 2 p.m. at Pine Castle Memorial, Post 286, located at 529 Fairlane Avenue, there in Orlando. Tomorrow morning, in this room, there will be a joint memorial service, and that will be the Sons, the American Legion, and our American Legion Auxiliary. That will be at 8:30. Installation of our 2024-2025 officers, which include the district presidents, will be at 9:15 a.m. After memorial service, please meet out in the hallway with your escorts. That means the district presidents will have another auxiliary member escort them down. We'll talk about that when you get there in the morning, so I get my thoughts together. Our department officers, please line up in the back with your escorts, and we'll get you down. Somehow or another, we'll come pull us up. And then immediately following the installation of our 2024-2025 department officers, we will have a post-executive meeting at 10:30 a.m. That is a department executive committee meeting. I believe you have one chairman coming to it. Where are you, Charlotte?
Excuse me, I would ask a question. Okay, go ahead.
I got your check. Do you have somebody, do you have a chairman making a recommendation tomorrow at your post-executive committee? Have you notified those chairmen?
I just found out about him. Another silver hair.
Great, another year.
So there's going to be the Americanism chairman, as her head almost comes off her shoulders. You got it? Okay. Jan Farrington, you need to be there for the executive committee. District presidents, you are part of the executive committee. Our department chairman or not. And I will be taking roll call. We don't want a red X. I'm not a school teacher. Incoming. If you've been re-elected, you're still an incoming. Okay, we got that. I expect to see 16 district presidents here. There has been one that has been excused. And that's none of your business as to why.
Fair enough.
Now, I will tell you, we had a caucus, the 14th district. Our standing rule, our bylaws say that we can have 2. We couldn't get 1. Somehow or another, Diane Russo and Linda Teasley managed to get 2 district presidents in the 14th district. So because this all happened this morning, one was not prepared to stay. So she's on her way home to Key West, and we know that's just not a 2-hour ride. So we're letting her go because we've all ratified her. Madam President.
Mary.
Terry, where do you get your hair cut? Because I'm going to that next.
Yeah.
Do you have delegate badges around your neck?
No.
Alternate badges around your neck?
No.
Well, we're not worried about them because we hold them hostage. If you have a delegate or an alternate badge or a guest badge, please be sure that you give it to the sergeant at arms or to our pages in the back. They're not yours to keep anymore, so. Our newly elected department president wanted to share this information. Our department workshop for the year 2024-2025 will be held July the 19th through the 21st, so that's Friday, Saturday, go home Sunday, and it's going to be at the Altamont Springs Hilton, where it's been for the past couple of years. They have not, Brandy, help me out here, have they opened that block yet?
Not yet. I will let them know tomorrow.
So Brandy will call them on Monday and open up that block, and these rooms are $119 plus taxes. So
That information will be under the events section of our new website.
Thank you, Kelly. So it will be. Please, there's so much information on that website. You can look it up and you won't have to call me. But you can. Madam President, unless somebody else walks up here with a piece of paper, most definitely, Jan. Jane, please, come here. Thank you. Bring her. Bring her all.
Will Ruth Burgess, our department chaplain, please come and give us a closing prayer?
I decided that it would not be wise to give Mary another announcement. So instead of that, I'm going to do a reminder. I want to remind Coral Gables, Unit 98, Treasure Island, Unit 158, and District 15 to pick up their prayer books before they leave, so that I don't have to take them home and you will have them. That's all. Okay, now let's get down to why we're here. Dear Heavenly Father, oops, flip the page to close. Dear Creator of all that is good and kind, as is stated in Philippians book 4, verse 8, let us fix our thoughts on what is true and honorable and right and pure and lovely and admirable. That comes from the New Living Bible Translation. We know you don't work through us when we are feeling sorry for ourselves or behaving in a petty manner. Help us to focus on good, praiseworthy things. Let us enjoy this evening with the many wonderful members of our American Legion family who are attending. Let us rest well tonight and gain strength for our journeys home. Let us arrive home safely and rejoice for all you do for us every single day. And dear Father, bless us all, the serving members of our armed forces, our veterans, the United States of America, and children everywhere. Hold us all in the palm of your hand. Please let us continue to be bells in service and to also embrace President Charlotte's building a building, because we've each got a tool and we'll learn how to use it if we don't know now. And finally, dear God, thank you for giving me the opportunity and support to act as chaplain for Florida's wonderful American Legion Auxiliary. It has been a pleasure and honor to do so. And thank you, my dear sisters and brothers, for all the love I feel in this room. Please keep that love going for all. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you for your service. Sergeant at Arms, Assistant Sergeant at Arms, would you please come forward and retire the colors? Thank you. Will all department officers please leave the stage? like to recognize my post family that is here. Post 158 Legionnaires here in the front row. Please stand. And our post commander, Michael Harley, and President Pamela Harley. As I stand on this podium for the last time as department president, I would like to reflect on the department officers and chairmen, headquarters staff, districts, the units, and you, the members. Your department headquarters is efficient, courteous, and dedicated to you, the members. Department meetings are planned, hotels are booked, the ALA store is stocked, and merchandise is mailed out in a timely manner. Girls State registration, mailings, and documents for 300 girls leads to the success of a wonderful session spearheaded by the Girls State team. All fiduciary responsibilities are handled with professionalism and accuracy. The processing of membership is fast and well organized, and questions are answered in a timely manner. Hundreds of mailings are sent out throughout the year, and phone calls and problems are handled. The department and many other things, too many to mention. The department chairman developed and presented excellent program engagement plans incorporating the theme Bells in Service. The Be the One initiative was highlighted in many ways to help destigmatize asking for help and suicide prevention by our veterans. Program ideas were updated and given in the Liberty Bell and on Facebook and through many other types of media. Their motivation, leadership, and excitement for their programs was unmistakable. The department officers stepped in and took on responsibilities that I was unable to accomplish due to my hospitalization and the deaths of my husband and mother. I am truly grateful and appreciate all of their efforts. As a department, you can be assured that our system of leadership is working, and we work as a team and back each other up. Thank you to the districts for embracing your bell and including it in your agendas. I hope you had fun incorporating the theme, and I could see by the parade, I think you had a good time in your districts. The district presidents were committed to their units, and it showed by the reports. They visited each unit, assisted with problems and issues, formed new units, mentored presidents, held district meetings, and volunteered at events. Thank you to the districts that I was able to visit. You opened your homes, your posts, and your units to me. I was truly humbled by your kindness and your generosity. Hopefully, in the future, I will be able to visit the districts that I was not able to visit on my own time or through other responsibilities that I may have with the auxiliary. To the members in the units, you are our grassroots. As the reports covered, you touched the veterans, you volunteered in your communities, you promoted patriotism and Americanism in our schools. You supported and assisted military families and support the legislative agenda. You recognize outstanding children and assist those in need. You brand our organization and you brag about your unit. You aid members having difficulties and supporting the Auxiliary Emergency Disaster Relief Fund. You send girls to Girls State. You mentor new members and presidents. You distribute copies. You teach our juniors our future for the future and promote membership so our organization can grow. Thank you for ringing your bell and celebrating this year your unit and the programs. On a personal note, thank you to the department, districts, units, posts, squadrons, and chapters for all your thoughts and prayers and all your hugs and kisses here this weekend. Your cards, your posts, your sentiments, tributes, and gifts have given me a sense of peace and comfort during the most difficult time in my life. You know, we always say family first. Well, I truly found out what family first means in the American Legion Auxiliary. I was able to share every day from 10 until 6 with my husband the last 2 months of his life while he was in hospice. I will treasure that time I had with him forever. My mother was my best friend, and I miss them both terribly every day. The posts around the Department of Florida, and even some with outside of Florida, have sent their love and support to me. And my post family stepped up from the day my husband went into the hospital and continued to support me throughout his entire ordeal, and they still continue to support me. And my prayer for you is that each of you are in an American Legion family like I have. Sergeant at Arms, Assistant Sergeant at Arms, would you please escort John G. Dorian, Post 158 Commander Michael Harley, and Unit President Pamela Harley to the podium to escort me home.
Good afternoon. I'm humbled to be standing here before us. Auxiliary Department of Florida. I want to say thank you for all the hard work that you do and for all that you give. And I want to say thank you for being so kind to Madam President, Bell. You're going to miss her. And we miss her too. And I'm humbled to say We're going to get her back, and we need her back. But thank you very much.
When I reach the back of the room, this 102nd annual convention will be adjourned. I thank each and every one of you for your support and friendship throughout this year, and for giving me the opportunity to serve you as department president. We had an amazing year, one full of memories that I will cherish forever. Thank you for being bells in service, selflessness, expectations, respect, values, ideals, commitment, and excellence. Bells in service for our veterans, military families, community, and children and youth. And now, I thank you for bringing